Order!
Creator, I ask for your guidance today to give us clarity to help the people we serve to the very best of our ability. I ask that you help us maintain our resolve no matter what obstacles we may face. I also ask that you keep our wits sharp and that we always keep our loved ones in mind while we do our work. With every keystroke, pen stroke, with every word. Merci, Cho.
Amen. Thank you.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 24, sin la ami yakutsanakiti kuanida. It goes a good than a seculukuts anakede, Nikinisina. Eguts I taneke a gunisi quakedil in there. It syntax and good sila, goats anakede. In the induced and goods and nothing goods and nothing. Then a head of a good deeds and sin. Then it gets its out cat as a month we goods. It is an ample premier, page 14. It goods February 26, 2020. Mr. Speaker, then a premier sin la didn't tenekagua agots and hatita etri didn't sin la didn't etri sin la etri goods on it that's not that sending anyway. I corrections. Ecola sin la cadinti. Etri canny equago a canit and premier this etri canina so cocaine a courses in the etri site a sin la didn't go on nuts anyway. Section 19.3 Arrow College go I got this in la it's only sin la it administer sin la sin la they didn't kegwa go calcutta go tagarkit is sin la is a sin kati it is sin la it didn't premier sin la they didn't sin la it sin la it go calcutta sin go calcutta it says it is sin la on tende go sin asikwa go check out with Hitler. They didn't sin that in the century codes a good taco, a good tea cut, the goods and the alcohol in Dota goods a call of massive Mr. Speaker. It is sin a more sila cut page 31, section 19.3 Arrow College go I got this in the I got a sin I insert got and me got a cow in a congo I sin Arrow College sin la. Etri taneke konta alaketa ko ganita ko agud sin la kati etri tane premier sin la tane kogut ko agudi ko kati sin la etri Arrow College ko gut inducing la masi Mr. Speaker ajo taneke ko asin ai taneke kandi ko agudi ka kani wase gut aninde etri sin la gudi gut asin la etri Aguasila etri teneke go takira masi Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker etri teneke inike 42-192 asin la agua go etekele sin la etri then Arrow College go president with dasin go takin sin la go sin la good sin la etri district go kalaita ket sin la go jongo tsana sin la atla accessing with that. Etri teneke goes anakede, which a good sin la a sin 24 age. Etri acquis etri sin la etri tenekes a district and I had to sin the annual per premier sin la gets on and not Santana etri Nazogo Kekanico Alda. A sin la 3 go out a down on the etri good sin la etri distro than a premier sin la etri sin and then a premier and out there. It is single sin like it and member sin like it district go out so then member sin like it sin like it go sin like it then a premier a sin like a why go and that's any winter a can go and at sin like it then a go here sin like a can a siko casa good a gun in the it sin goes and hati has this in Teneke got this government at sin Aida single as 83 that the soon government is a simple good struggle. Then a premier sin Amika wiki liquid anyway. I unit and a kitushuguya kit is in. Didn't sin that didn't sin that the Adagareko Alakatago. It is sin that didn't Kaniko Didago go diwo on alaka the mofi goods a good desa sin lam the government go here alaka is then in premier then a sin la ditri alat at the sin la then a hegots in a zogo alaka go account ala Mr. Speaker a sin la it is 3 account as a addition go hego in a zogo account alasone na zogo hele alat at that go alat at the goganin de ajotani hego alat at the go ayon at any go it recalita na gutiwala gogara alat at ditri and the blue teeth go ekati ayune teneke khani go ke kwasle kada khragon le he ala khetanin te etri teneke onsla le he kona so ala kheta go etri sin la teneke khar go ke ku khar go ke kri ko heling sin de ten ala kheta sin la eten ayune asin go ke ala kheta go tsai te ami ka go tsai khani go ke Mr. Smacker sin la etri ten premiers ana de sin la yet ana e kwa aunt ala e mo fi sin la I tsa ona ye wure ayin lauda etri sin la de sin that did a premier donate and cake was in a sogo and it is sin that go decent like in a sogo ekarin till that district go counter. It's a Mr. Speaker, it is sin like Kaniko did a go else at all sin that it go digars go denny de Kaniko sit in the House of Commons Kani Agua go at 2009. It pay 619. It Danny go which I can't go another amigo danny there a canigua nasogo echo all can a canigo ekanago weg. A diricani amigo ego da sigudis and sila didn't sin than a premier nazongo ala tala ala you had there canigua go any day a goods and a go hego alaketa I see a district go alas at the go in a so contala nakesin nazongo echo 24I. Mr. Speaker, Mofi goods I seen like the premier did in a district go you seen like did in that's on a sit with the ayik ola go esikola. Then a premier seen like the IG seen Kaniko Kala that's in a zone district go Kali Kanikona Ose. A sila a dri Kaniko goods atago account asone Katinin de then a premier as in how it's go Kaniko account it is seen that yet goes on a mofi goods a kayets and a cat is in a street sound and I agree then a premier itri a me zikol alakata hilisina a to show alat at a sin la it Kaniko ekanats and a sin a Kaniko Nazokanaka ala time. It sin la a agua going than a premier sin a 24H. Mr. Speaker, it is sin under Monfort sin la kati. It is section 19.3 Aurora College go out sin la kati. A sri go go esin la than a minister go kind than minister canina so go a it is in section 19.3 Aurora College go assissin agua go calcata sin la a ami in like Congo, which I will listen a Ami Aurora College goods I go president go see Yakiti a sin la a Canigua Alacatagua I won't say a Mofi la Cati a Canigo de Sally old a Canisin la good anning day a any agua sin la agua a deneke egotake. Mr. Speaker, a consecati sin la a den a ad goare a than a premier than it's on a go like a sin la in a member go can sin la also a good deal a sin la a canigo echo a sin la a go not that I work it a me I can a amigo and a kitchen sin a me it's a cow color in Ducala circle ecane a me I like it a healing go the walkie in the a that more figures I see like a dricanico the sin sagana zoko eko go dele a yita a ionic good Mr. Speaker says at the good dinner church Edri goes a takers and then a jurtanic is a good dinner. Massy, Mr. Speaker. Inducing up Edri amigo did a catisina Moffy goes a Edik aquicudi with a walker. I'm messing with it do go good goods a cargo big as such a digger. Murphy Massy, Mr. Speaker, inducing the age assessor, but around the hour or silla a circling chawanda. I think won't go egos attending the a yabagada. It is in a agua was at a silla a single attending there. It Aero College can at it in the yabagada go at it illa. Section 19.1 Kadi Minister Sinla. A board could go there go also. Editini Yaya could take his a canny cook alacatago. I go to cook a show soniculu canny a yag a gotareke. A sin la a agua cook a sago kitchels a canny as a yag cook a sacking chew. A goats is good the sacking church. Ja it's a good with it. The Aero College goods the president go away dalia. Ja Amia go good his Sinisagasin. Ami in it like Kongwak away hilly is a Yagua go good his sound. And goods the associate deputy minister go when out a sin la the premier a yagus agura on the president with the sin la did in a hadagua agosionda. It did a honor also to actually see a yabek a good go on that. I unigo cook a sin la a sinagoa cook a good chanda. It is a certain about on that. Ida into go up a good go a yone go heta go just a the car bed logos a back and that's what then a slow do dogs at the healing care. Gosh, in town on contact color la sin the not the hill. A sin then a question and ding the only milk canada a sin la a go another keyword that's only what's on the one. In the sin a car I that's a unit than a kid to show I that's a in the cook echo canny is jago cook alas at down there. A ja canny than a k I like a then I can do tanaki tekili yagua alas at down there. I see cook at account and in there won't go at there go on there. May this boats at those ionic hanita good a sigo cook a barat on there. Ionic a sigo echo there. Flat turning there can account a Mr. Speaker, it is a good decent car, a good deal can I and good a go good that I can still a contact with a yago takeleke, then a kissing that dance like at the cadaver go raguts at the key, a did dinago waguts at that. I can't then a premium goods a then you can hailing care, a sin that did in like another cat that is silla. Go a canny alles at the guaguti on the garakit ego on. A satana go running there is sagagots a count a la sinis sagagots. A unique canny go cake on a zo like a dunning there a unit a go diwa larek or can saga sound ella. khani sin khani bai ta tsa edri ikwion tala Mr. Speaker, nikine inine ya go ke gwa go dini tsa go onda edri khani gwa go ke go ti tsingora kon indisi edri ayone go gar go ti ko ni cha go tsi tsa edri the member go go ke ni ko ta gare e go gar go ke tsata e sin la e asin la e you gonna zo go go ke tsata go Niko tsa kona zo kwa go kaltsa dol tsa tana o ten ke go wa go ti tsa go onda. E ti kona zo e kwa tsu le go wa. E ti khani go ke go ti tsi go ga ni da. E zon ala sone guizi asikola soni. E khani bo ke ti bai tani da. Edri kachu in tota kachu khana dela cha ita into go go ekrisi in tota go ekhagu dela cha Mr. Speaker asi longo go ke kinta so tani ke go ta ajete go honwa ta go kase kona e guti e kuta kasakruti sinesin la ete ini klasin la e sin la Ete gwa bek eguti hisinga. In dugo wagus edri khani gwa go ke khasin khadeni kitila. Khani go ke khate deni kitila. Eta edri sin in itlak wa kasin la dene premier e bek kharise. Edri gwa go ke khatari sila. Edri khani dene da kene kelte khani beketsale. Gunitse khani kitila. Sinisaga I countala. Sina go ke won't let any child go that in do go countala. Mr. Speaker, edre kakarachozo. A car says long go carisona. Sinisigo digo de kishona. I can't go not the kid wonder. I see long go like go at tago. I see at tago tago go down. Sin la be kala shon tala kulu go say na kebs a bite tasone e ayi go go ketan takin la sone kulu bekisen ayi go ketari sese etri sin tanni tane ke go kakinti go tani e tane ke e go kana kichu khani a agwa beke wala ta e go ke beke go ta sin etri go ati a go tani ke go tsa e ya go diona and that go where go ke karisi e go ke go diota go tsa ayun go kasin la ayun international sin la etri go na de ke wonda in that I chose and if when in that sick work, a good cigar in the it can go did go and la tagaras it and can go logos a good as an massive Mr. Speaker. Merci, Mr. Monfi. Ami yo yeko esakitiani. Point of order. Minister of Justice. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, agon listen la ayun listen la ayun le laita. Sin la se hegwag but it's a sin la guar se he alaton. It's a sin la. They did sin latter gonna zosli go heklets another. Ya it guagu ekats it digan in the etri danni guagu ego at attending there. Edre ago yon Canada kaniko lisina kaniko keninte ji sini edre agua bek egutiwa la kogarninte iptani bek egut at the dagger that's a latarninte aguts assets announced ain't aligned a clue a latarninte then lick at the heli asi yek egutiki and goods a year go egutiki Tulla khani bagar ayeri ti go eriti ayi go guti tatte dese khati khati ni te khani ta tani bek eguti ba tsi Mr. Speaker, asin na kwagu ke ko tise ko logo isin da gongo disin ami gongo ke go alakata sin isin la gongo ke na da ke ko tise sinisin a go kesin la asin la ami ami ka we hele ami tane hoyi go ke ko tise a go tise hon ya khani ko a chole khani a go sin la sin la dustro go go guri go ke konta sin la tanaga ala ke tani da go agose Aurora College ko la go fani go ke go de go se o se sin la asigulu go ke ala ke tene ala ke ta go tene ala yone go ala ke ta go sin la tani ke tanaga ala da tani go ke ala ke ta and go 16.18 tene kwa ala tahisin la ami yitseka we go sin la ami kwa go ke gute ke sinida tene ke ara yone kwa go ke ko helen ke se ami ka we ke ko helen ke tene premiers so ya kwa ami akwa go ke sinida deputy minister helen ko me sil Aurora College go section 19 the Minister of Education did go asila did sin la board go asila did ne tene ke wago enikichu section 2 then president Aurora College sin tene ke go alada then sin Aurora College sin tene ke go ala ke tan alak sin section 3 section 19 sub 3 sin la it count sin la tene ke sin la tene ke government go ala ke tani de go ay go si te khani go ke go sin la ayone asin go ala ke tani de tana mi ala ta sin la go ni de ami president hilin de tene ya go ala ta conclude Mr. Speaker tene ke khani go tana ala ke tana president go ki sin de deputy minister hilila minister hilisila sin la tene premier tsakora auta inta sin la say dusin la go kena kegula ami deputy minister ya go ke kriko tene premier ya go tiwisi and go president of Aurora College sin la Aurora College go awa ta kare go nikichu sina go ke watani the problem serving the government go ala ta hilin ta ayone deputy minister go any case sin la Aurora College go ke go he ka tala kanukulu sin la ayone asita tare kanini de gulu light inta ay bagare na zombie ke go tsakse ay go hita just ami osla go kala sin la kanita ne go ke wata sa okay the premier sin la ami the minister hilini the premier ya kwainde sin sa gauts ami sin la kola sin la the premier zo o yera high ogadon de go kali tradula ami tene ke kaniko ke the president Aurora College go ke watani sin la minister ami in takgo tsakaw ya or asin go tsego resident and premier tsani kitchen the deputy minister oxid ya go ke guti we see deputy minister or hase ya zo khanigo go tsakhanigo ke khawta ka wani da ya khanigo ke premier de kaunla sin la into khanigo ke kaunla khani masi Mr. Speaker Masi Minister of Justice tene ke sikuska good kitsi ka go ke government go tani ka we hilge inducing la ami go tsa o tsara ha khani sin la mo hui go tsa asite tsani go te go tsa sin la indu ya go tsata kala ami ye ke saru tekni wani nunakput Masi Mr. Speaker ajo tane kote go tsakwa tane go tsal tsrikwini da tane tsate sina sud ayida tse isina sinla ay go tsana tsoti tsane wanda de go ke guti ki sinkwite sinla edilisi ala tsatako ganinda edrigo ala tsatako ganinda ase ho yugo ta tsartitsanen katsitiatula edra ami iji asingo ago kasore sense serio kanate ganinda suri iji jakatiamda lisi ala tsata ajo ni tlego kadala senesin la edri dan ayone di jori kasin la ayi ga jutri ko beke tsala yoko sin la ayi go jutri ko sa beke tsala senesa kasin la ajo sele eter Mr. Laffer sin la akai suri daga ayi na da tsesin daga alai de na zogo ago ka alai down da ayi deri sin bo na de hoza edri ayi go na de tsewa go edri basis kendo ding da zana go tsana go onda indudak tani go chutri ko se na zogo ke ala tsata go on akan fre ajo ni hitla go kala hitla go hita kucha sin la de Mr. Speaker ni nia na kokonta masi magmakput ami asi this frame lake sin la go kasari sin la holson na hol sin la khanni go kala tsata sin la khanni go ke sin la distu go ni tsawa sin la sele sin la ada gare sin la ai go ke wo go kunta sin la go ke kontala khanni go ke tsatsa ta ho ne ke sin la Mr. Speaker ayita krin de sin la trin kwatsa the premier tene ke rakin de sin la ayi go ke go kalaita the minister khani kalaita le tani kin la da fontula tene ke ayune ke go kanata go da na zogo kala tsata go sin la wai go di go tsare yoni da khani go ke kha go tigani da go di hloke tsare yo go onda khani ne go di go kala masi Mr. Speaker masi member frame lake ami yo go kasa jani tuni de welede masi Mr. Speaker sitting go tsa frame lake equity go dara then ajo se hitri ko sila ajo go tsa le ala tsata go tsa go na tsa wa go sila ehlatsana zala tsita go ola sila go di dana kini o da gara kita kwantala go ya go tsa ayune sin saga go tsa saga bago on tala go na de khani de sin la asi atta go kal go ke se tsanota nake asi ikota asi na so go kenta asi go bekezane khani go ke khani go sin tha ding go kata ko la khani go ke go na asi go na de khusin asi satanic sultanic ba go tsa tu ta taneli ko na ko asip ko batara inta khani beke ga tsatani de sin zo khutak bongo ke khari siga sri go ke na de tsa go gare na zo go ta tlisi ala tsata ko onda masicho masi tulinde wele de ko tsa amitene wai go ke satani go dit go tsatani da go tsin na go dini choi go tawaninte ikutin na ka go tsin ikutin ada mo khwin go tsa Mr. Speaker Mr. Speaker ajo sekutita go abek ikuti hutsi Masi edri kutis edri unguas edri sekutiga go ke kuhte. I did premier go ke watani de e surguni chago ke watanda. E goza edri Aurora College go awu hilsila de dine khare go ke kutiwa lambda. Gare alaketa. Edri khane de premier go ke kutiwi sisila. Tani go eta kucha go kete kandruti. Sila. Ayone in it go sila mola ego tega. Serena zo go ego. A cut nazo than a tatasenda. It is similar siga. Mr. Speaker. Go did I go with ego. The sila dusho. Then a premier sinner. It sin la goods on the go which I go de. Aurora College goods at the sin la honey goods a go will out as some clue kaila. Then the premier can align that sin la it is section 19 Aurora College goods. I'll go to sin kindness in it is sin la it ganaga dusho allies at the sin internet and go to say it is sin la dusho goods with hill sin la a real 20 it just to go or say Mr. Speaker. It is seen that the assembly districts and a good second scene la a could go kelton. It is seen that go a deneke harago go callison it the good deeds and they were seen la and it's like go 40-19 brackets 2. A go back a scene la it is a good deeds and a go a quinta. Mr. Speaker, either a sin la either cultivo I unite the sin district and not a Mikola government go like the Helsinla. It is sin like the Casinla, I unico a canigo cook edda one louder. A sin la Mr. It is sin la a me is than a sin outside on a go countala. It a me a guasic at a wahili. It's a honor that a minister was a mika wahilike. And then a premier did in a sinla, it the canu the minister of education go sinla and it's like goes a agua sinla did in a sinla. It the cani a agua go a canigo or our or sinla yet and inla. And Mr. Speaker, a sinla is 3 good in a chanda. It is sin la than a sin la it is than a and a sin and dustro than assembly and Mickey goods and a good out. And me it's a away. It is sin that goes on a goods and it is than a primary hair. A go account and it didn't sin la a canigo alacata sin la it a sin la cook a good sin. Mr. Speaker, either a premier sin la it is sin la it in cani equi a rahani well it caniqua cook a concern. It guagook exin la it Asia caniqua cook a sin la it canin dustogua agua nazogu alt anyway. I was a sin la it is sin le a sricuchaqua cook a guagut sin la it a uniqua sin la guacook elis at the one in the Jeneke guac with it and listen. Mr. Speaker, soon la I drayon the two short and liquid like it is 3 nazo than a government go hen as so go at that her. I got a tally government did it the government did the canigo in a solid at that. It the canigo ekantala. Canigo go callets at the canigo callets at the go ola. I see long going with that alekoa. Sex and goods at the kegola. Ida did yes, good chagoning the god that I can go a good it's a day that I look on not the healing goa. At the sin and Niniqua, Nakute sin like a Yesriqua could did that was sinners. A sin the good did and in the sin and the good tea history. Massy, Mr. Speaker. Massy Moffigusa. And to sin like a premier Asia, young book a good dagger.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, did I say good that I came to I do the I did a good child a couple words at their go a could at Ilanas on and I did said did I the good child at the Sunny I think 2010 February 12 in Tina Kedats and Kagucha and I hindu the good just said did it done it at your assembly dule you got like the Kulukajala and I did it at the deputy minister on Kerachale a said did it a car a say a Jordane galats at that then a galata a hewa or eleda a jokakari sinle a heck or la dirisi then I get the nagalai dane a kakani a conslada. Mr. Speaker, did it rakarisi a did it bag a terre but an out digger a ye got a dane galats at that to see can it at the died and that dane behagalats at that can ask in a lake at any well at that. Ayuna begalats at Dago, and I did it, say, did it, Dagu Jale, Ayuna, that I say athletes in South Ella, and it began it got a balance in that, and I did it, say, did it all a make like a Hennet's link and a college, then a Hennet's link, you say, a kind of lagarat in la, and I then a me, Begats in delay, Ola, you know, and Egarats in Lagos, then Hennets link Egola, Iona, and Egarats in Lahida, then the now were heads on the Nagana Tegala, that Kahaya unit, hair, car units in La, a car, they did it, Iona, that's a dinner, and I unit that at the goods and goods at the Golayun, that and that, then Hennets link and a car, Iona, and Egarats, a car back at a show. There is a cabin at a show, Monfigos, but I get tell where I see so then a unit Henry and that didn't go in Lico and there is it then a unit by lots at then a Hennet's leak and there. Done and not a car like ads anywhere could do or the agreement hey and I did a good chance I unique caress George a good do it 18 that John car I unique a chip one none of yet 18 called Elo Linnet and I like that long got a can include bet I can a John bell goods at there and I did sing a lot Galats utain lekulu jo kana guchara kacho satsek away. That's in a jo Mr. Speaker he dani galata. That did say I did I say I did ayu gots at the say I did I sent to let then the kanegala keta gots I did Ayuna Tani Begalats Utaga could you sugar begalats utano. Ayi keku ogarante kawe got a jo I sent to go get silk away. A jo airport, Master Mr. Speaker, there is I said like an idea, but I could just jot and I get it away. There is like an anonymity, you say, but I heard that then I guess I say attack and I hear attacking as it can do some back in that and I did a car to tell you good nana, you contact Kayurin la at like I know why I like and I got it, and I'm all they think of it at the time. And I do the good Nanak away at the 20 not nothing airport. Like an anonymity, I get a sagot in a like an aqua goes at the we a sagot in it then go cacking anywhere. A correct one, a unit, I got like that I like an unresolved, but I got the ten cake or in its elite go on the tank or then carry yet our and out. Select on the oil, so Lano on thing did the Ione airport, then Kega like that. A seat did the Ione, a Siaki sim, a candies on Elecula Iona, Agalacata. Mr. Speaker did Ione Belosiligun, then a lagant another day, but with a new vaccine car, Mike Zepko airport li klasit ulle kanit a lagnet a nanete ga koko o sigu yina zoni sigu lagnat ekut tank nei tank la huila tra de klasit ulle da ayuna belote ne det ulle da denike ayuna kanane denne go yakit inkut sound denel ayet Koshuni je kanne kola shit e kola amel lagant anadik ekuti koketi e kola kots a government ala ta ke kola yun ko hele he kola tsda da indiri sasi a kadri kone na ke bo lets ette enu viklets ette da ediri ayune airport anadik e kots inte da denne ke ayune government do kute contact with the it's in a terminal ᓴღვᕲᖌ ნაკერი what abek oneko kisia 2023 na kont and others in Nuvik ola ai ola in last city ayunen I had tele e ola nagi now did atani but at two de that ola ayune ola at 22 million kanet federal then again 90 Dirisi kolat at dura yun belote a canes go on the nason a unibet out and a delegant ananete and a unan nason ye a kulek ola canet at dirikola chukuye two died and the ola unatani on decade in kola uni yalakata and at the scene to kayuna airport hits ulla kahri huntu hat ana unabona good air. Idana kala in sine a car nake haya like that Mr. Speaker into Impena and Nuvik Airport care anywhere. And none it did that's a and a 150 million can't ever sompa hola out there is some passing castle like high but that's cute inga canada you know at airport ania like it's anti and the mill the bukara a kella and big light and a unit kokola like an ananitinde kola canet at the bed ara and a sinslong lagan chakra ananitiga yes let's go good in Canada unit kolayat akra canet at duty ligunene go ke kola tule ya taken at the connected Mr. Speaker duty ligunene and kontakayurin lason lagan agat azon and at the recent elegant and an destination but around a second and a song go on and at the will not it's a word as it dog it's a got a dele go knock all the on the langit and the take sex herb a clavic hey river somebody airport go like ballots that's a day and at the recent the cargo monogulia got at airport gulat it at the ayon ballots at that and a young knife call a yes to show ayuna elegant analyte so I got ayuna contact with I get on the airport doing that cerebral but as some battle can at that and at the recent to ayuna at the elegant analyte elegant assault akar analyte ne you see koni salad ay kola yunes bagat utar sits elega e kola got an airport kola ayunet ne a sing but on the jig in all lela kola ayun yaketa kola yunes sikinla Mr. Speaker katira ayun balons at the airport good chaga like that surin gunazuko akinu that's real kata and I hinto go on the nakio no high gunuso at a yeah like that it could in it like an airport kola I kola did at then they cheat and attack and it didn't but a some but it's and airbus kola nana daily airport yet and it as seen as no like that caninde at your the national car unit as illegal ni can ya yone pelots illegal chiridio no asidula sanil like an analytical yaketa and a genetic kinete le kulu asakun delicated and so yune a yalakinta ungan dogot airport a car why a unit illegal there ayuna airport woods ti kanita ayut akulyats in lata liku kulutula lakant analytic kaniga at atiri kaniga tagale takale yoki gasri yalakata at atiri ayuna amidute they lakant aga then you want to check it Mr. Speaker ka ayuna airports at the
secure funding, we will keep our communities connected while supporting opportunities for Northerners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Minister. Either amiga wiki asiguti kitia. Either Minister Tourism and Investment. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Either kagwa go kekotesin la go kekote. Mr. Speaker, either 19th Legislative Assembly sinla. Either a single go heko kalakata sinla then the Northwest Territories go. It ayugo became a hilisina in January. It geneke amico credit canic Vancouver Kuti and Premier Crocker Minister Thompson was a meet and it the Kikanita Tourism and Environment and Natural Resources. Away goes a indigenous goods and Niki with any case like it reduced the Nikigo Kalakata go silla. Ediguago Alacutagoga. A delata segos at an induta, then a nanic a credit canic how can you was in la e than a long guago calacata sinla, a single chagua than a kiguago calaheta. A sin la guanic tanaga somba go kayaki sis in a duta than a kigua. A sin la a credit or nanico with dakri say a mechanical calacata sin la guago calacata a credit canico anyway. Asia Jago Gukadasin in Canada, it mine good any case. A sin than I unite and I do the name at Arachugo as soon as I meet an ally that sin like an a cake of Gualacata sins. They do that, then I walk a government the Ajuago, a cook than a cake of Haragualacata see. It was a sin like it. I mean, it UBC could take with a Gualacata at the Kikanigo sin like a single Galas at the sin like go here at the sin. I mean, Ajugo, then do Tanago sin like somebody to go on in that Mr. Speaker. It is seen to that was a CD gets an adjusting 17.8 million go where it's in $150 to $200 million. It's a sin like it is at the sin like a sin like it a yes river go cannot that's a go it is some pasilla a sigwa but that's it a sin like I wouldn't bar but that's it it's a me can a sikakini when in that is real but I do see that deneke do the night the head is in a yagari a see it's a some bayaki sin that it is in a den contact go calacata sin like a
and at the unit and I let the go like that and I got it like that I never launched like a helicopter and the camp and I nothing like that and did I never let the cabet or at I unit to the I at the neck I see anywhere.
Attendance this year by introducing an updated bedrock geology map and database for the mineral-rich Slavey geological province, which is well known for its excellent mineral potential and the long, prosperous history of mining. On the Sunday preceding Roundup, Premier Cochrane helped to launch an exciting new partnership for our north. Backed by the Government of Canada and supported by Canada's 3 territorial governments, the Invest Canada North initiative will see a robust presence from Northern Canada at the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada Convention taking place in Toronto next week that will focus exclusively on promoting investment opportunities in Canada's North to national and international audiences. As the business of Roundup got underway, 2 important media events showcased our territory's innovation and leadership in partnered Indigenous-led resource development. I want to recognize the leadership of the Yellowknives Dene First Nation, Detencho Corporation, and Cheetah Resources. Their agreement to begin Canada's first rare earth mining project with the first Indigenous-led mine site could be a game-changer, not just for our territory, but for our country. I also want to congratulate the Gwich'in Tribal Council and the Nunavut Regional Corporation again for the release of their regional mineral development strategies. These strategies will serve both as roadmaps for mineral explorers and action plans for Indigenous governments as they seek to attract investment on their terms. Mr. Speaker, there were also a number of formal meetings and informal networking events during Roundup where the Premier, Minister Thompson, and I spoke to the priority that our government will be giving to revitalizing exploration and development in our territory. We highlighted our continuing work to implement new mineral legislation, updated industry representatives on transformative infrastructure projects that are taking shape, and listened proactively to concerns that were raised by our partners. At every step, Mr. Speaker, we were able to point to economic reconciliation in action. Our ongoing work with Indigenous governments was alongside of us, clearly communicated as part of and in step with our own government's presence. Mr. Speaker, it was a powerful message, and it served to solidify the purpose of coming out in force to events like Roundup. We need to take tangible steps to improve the investment landscape in our territory. It's going to take more than just one minister, one department, or one government. Mr. Speaker, the annual Roundup Conference remains an excellent opportunity to build relationships and seek out new partnerships which will build and benefit our territory. I am pleased with the work of the Government of the Northwest Territories at this year's event and confident that in addition to highlighting our political support for this sector, that we were also able to demonstrate that the 19th Legislative Assembly is committed to reaching goals and making decisions in a more transparent and collaborative manner. I look forward to our government building on these successes at Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada Convention and through the Invest Canada North initiative that begins this Sunday in Toronto, and will be happy to update the House and the public of those successes in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My God. Avnelno. Massive.
Masi. Adjuk. Kieran Tester jo den hewa da Campbell got Denise McDonald. A jo third of Legislative Assembly. A did the first Umberg jo den hewa da Miss Umberg.
Member statements. Member statements. Member for
The Manfred. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Listen. Mr. Speaker, today I see that non I will go there. That bridge. The bridge at Clintonation can I will kind of good see. Can't it is so long no high. Kokoni high eluni atena soyet at I do the walk then where that show card and a nonny suri but when I go to a certain soyet at it I do a see what I do clean show a nonny RC French channel here a nonny French channel nonny I see highways then I saw yet anat a gonna a legunene and good day at the yet again at the molanen golagots and like it and that do that territorial you see French channel bridge then molarities not then it had at any golayet I could then a town not kill on the mill can it a look at in back and in a you never ask somebody at a time in mind. Good, I could French channel, say, Mr. Speaker, card actually dress really far goods on the with a car. You know, none I say, Kara what I see, a Seneca is on Dodan that high. Mr. Speaker, car. There is a car, you know, then band-aids, I think, you know, but there's all that and a kite the rebels at Dago or and that is ribbit are on you know, second carrying la but are is all a cooler, you know, ligun but are about Amola Nene, good secret on the artillery but I don't I see don't that big no ik alweer besat zijn nou in wanneer dat ik geen zegt dat ik nou ik alweer.
Member for Frame Lake.
Frame Lake. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Daar zijn je alweer en die gaat die denke victim services denke ayunet kan go chat in de je kan kidile ke gotsana deke ami na de go okluson babet elenda danet ek gotsana de and at 351,000 kan het son pata gotsana de and at de kola ye galai ta ka kola se ami ke ayuna ko wala ta kola see justice here le hegala ketada son pata let's na kete 1996 den kontakayuring let's ending coordinators na gala keta inuvik he river hadalte da adresi dire aka den na kiti and Greenland da adresi ka den ke amin lahtare asakut ine dina den ketsna kiti da Gwybod dasura unit yn so sego cedene cedenda ydy'r ami gwy chat in landa y suri gwa gwreisi da ffond ac wala go cededa ydy'r si dyna ami a gwy chat in la canin de gotsego dene a dyna so gotsego deda gachine na gydig chael gwtad na ke anet agenda den ke ayuna gotseo kedek like it in gotsena ta kriti like it atire ayuna son pata gotsena te dina ayuna kontakayulin la gotsena te dinda la gots atire hori la son pa hoela le kola amitene asat in la guchat in la bega hori la betsena te dile kola hinda atire kola gotsenda atire aka ayuna $40,000 then rante kant awala hati and into and at the same then a sunny Yatį ka a center can about now when a done it then a goes and a kitty conta sagut in that then a me better with an a kitty bag at the nanakput. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2015 code diri ayune ontakera gudi chikela da diri sintiri ontakena zoku diga gudi chikela le kunen ontakera actually gudi chikela le denewa ontake suri gotse not a dinner suri then now where da go kitine suri go kuneso sago te industry go theory winda na hen jo tena ga etele winda yune ontake de kogo gets diga go tsana ta tsari dia go o kane ta na where ta na so go kiti ta hallo ta wa go kiti ze masikinu we go kuneso winda ayuna de kona ke industry na so go gets it and da I see government why ontake why some Pakuanis Elente Kokola 2021 it goes as in London did I unit I see I unit I used some Pak and Elahinde goods in it you know Mr. Speaker goods in it Diago or Pewe Awe then send I to here goods at the now with like the head and dan gona he yani den better den awe yayune den tsena cutie and hindu go no go tsen ka tarawa ko ita go get ara yule go kiti go tsema sikini wa go tsa na so den now where da go kiti go on da kona kiti go and a mid seko hwine ko la yune na so a kaut elaga cha go tsena ti go on da Naso go get it go consequent when I go la yuna naso I go lago on da ayuna belons et dinner ayuna kondiek and out taking you when that the cara ake heka get ya dule caniculu Sen Jago not send that the whole their quantity as on the con then like in you whether the con go yet a year I had lots of go on and it is sensory. I so on that cake and then I put go as on taking as on good dear not off where go on. Then I put my say. Trinity will it dear. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Hindu, and then cannot get you right back and I did won't go there. Then I yet at the then not to get right back and I can't take on there to a sequel. I units and town it as it's okay. There's on that three go Gurishi Kitty. Cannot take it then the good Siri. Yeah, I say yes to Gurishi. Say. Go neatly go on like that. Goes goes it and at the now Katie goes in like a sin goes in like a tigger how long I get in fake it in. David go serious way. And that did he say, did I never lost a on the net and it got an idea and it's like a sin. You say, hey, go cannot have far and a sensory good year. And that did he say. Den ke esta ayunet nadigar ketta hende go on fana kri and adirisi adini adaga now ke dinde isat harente egala kettale le sana kri goniti go son panile and an tlat harente town not sene go nakri it son patina adaga now ke tira yatigar you kettele sing a could go in idile I go on fana that's on there. And I got you at that say. Now can I work
Understand. In other words, the forms are not usually user-friendly enough. And
that did it in it. I don't know what's it in a hello say.
Or go and sit with a CGA or a certified general accountant. Just
Listen la edri tani kadana oil go edri that such it problem health second it like good cycle go edri kanisin la e kute kutana ga me guna zakute kese edri in tota kwa go he ko kalse ayo tane ke he go kala kata hilise do can go down in the generous go down in the go talk with the massive job, Mr. Speaker. Massive to the world, amigo go casata that show. Massive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker said it's a good deal. I said like a then I shyly cocoa a yatly dark ego. Kakiza Atledeshe and good enterprise. He seen like I go the contact or Carla seen like go adula. A daho did then a go a yatly dark egosle. A seen like a deneke a jacket go a dark a can go seen like a did a seen like a go with a seen like a did go where go get there's a go hit a contact and a contact or hit a contact seen la. I go kenda so ke le kiti I jo go ne go sin la etri e ka hon tu le la ase ata tane ke go a ya tsli ta ke go na so go sin la etri sin la ase ata ni la sin la tane ke kana tane sin la konta ya tsli ta ke go ni ka wala go tsam etri tane ke ai jail de go kan in no kun tane konta kri ko de go na so sin la etri Kreshe, Krisa, good a Jota, a young Carla Heligola. I got a cake, I indicate it's a kakiti itri. I see la guaguri, a Jackie in a good look and a me a nurse kissing, night guacri, Nakarahi cookity. Got you get an I catching things online, it's a lakete. A sin like a 3 guri, you see like squaguri, it a whole 3 why I like to ye, I you see like the Deneke, Tenekes amigo nezo haniko ayayli na kilsi.
And that there is a cook away at Tanda, the Surina zone, then a lucky Nico at the Jago uncle can't there is real lounge there. I think I know at the end the corner like the away that but I think I remember that cannot. Back at the illness center. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, han Harold Johnson got the Northern Saskatchewan, the contest really good series we had here. I just juggled and I hadn't got contour that series with. Then I thought contour, I like it, it's really good series with. And you can't go a contour, I will go start down there, sit in the I did it, then I then army, I got like that KP, the policy, but going to that, just a little good, then about that's entire so long it's entire million connect some contour like the back away 2017 the contour policy then as well as the like dollar a collection as well the good thinking through good sound equity or good thinking and did I never launch a car did Cape Kakete, I got the starting done in the Kakete, is done it to the Yalakata the near. A continue the directing Ola, that Cape said there, the contour. That's it, the hair contours at the hand there. Did she and up? Then the kid, not the girl, you know, contour, go out with that, take like a winner, yet, not kid, you got like a dinner, so can it, another you try, you like a taco. Mr. Speaker, I know that's all out, I let that Canicola Cape Kakete is city, a card, then the kid, loose chat, a kid, and it's like what kid, so. Canada igual goods and a car license guacile. And I did say, then so I unit contu and I then so I got Guayanate. No, I hit see, I heal the home, then it's a good Alison, can include the goods and I do the Canada done the ballots in Darling, I could develop at that Canada. Na hene ko tsela on the sure ko dinat set sinata united head and it's not in there at the city control siko we say united set in lande ko tsela aga besides in now when the the youngly head and what happens and at the go that can hill knife north. What's Mr. Speaker? And do a lusha a like that guy a walk of the did you see I kind the high thing a did a lusha like that a walk of the go so shen when that thing high balance that's on there and that good Charlie Silver color thing high not out when there. I do the young knife, Lushar, like at that kid, how I told her, but I hadn't told her so. You see, that I live alone, a while, go get the Yatį in the car, and a Sahtúot'ı delegate, I could take him to the good came there. The house that I had got it got entered into the can you call it a corrigi and I did it all you know government and take all the kayas got at the hall then it's at an out and Edmonton got that it's in the called in there they got cats in there they got the hat into the loose get it there and at the can do the Saturday kola kota hatni to. Mr. Speaker, katule din to din khai khani license le kya kota ko tsnoga togar kota hatni to tsela sonne. Het adulle na kesate se kohe in es te katno ko dit sine katule. Se sagte da ona kesate da kana kata sonne da. Se kanende kotreke radule kankulu daldinde hori lakulu nanatre ego asitule de ayune den tatsene het ahe cat ahe den license the motor vehicle go da hadini tolle go dile cat anywhere kullatule massive Mr. Speaker can do you go Zentant about a call to that and Nago acid Zanago order I got your best and take it there. And that it's in town no that total a could do 90s in deck and then oil that I got 2018 got I got dig at the January. And February 13, because be seen I get that same Chris Main and Luve got a cat there. A Kylie Gunden a calf indeed got a car on it, then a night in there already less harder at the cat in Luvic or like a cagon there. And that in Luvic RCMP cat there. And I did a seat, did it, I never lost. I got on a hindi high, got there, I done it, and I got 11 to try and at their jar. And I did I never lost. I mean, it's in there already lent you both is there go on. And I did I never lost on the year. Then on there, I see more and then got a Canada. You see, I make Canada are already do it yet. I suppose to do it go okay, like a target. Doesn't target and then I say on I can tell actually then I second actually not it's in there you call that powder can then it actually all that you never knows actually that then I cook only go theory we are seeing like go theory we had doesn't actually did not go say okay later you know on a theory we can quick go on tell can you doing all can you go can tell who like channel in the theory we go on that at the elut akola ku decade like and akola in the second Danny with account elega balance in internet in London a car what it goes really good chaga like that could look on a weather out there. And
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. I must say, Nuvik Twin Lakes, Amigo, go Gasaki down Cam Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, think I would say the 18th Assembly seen that the ministers contact with the okay, was seen the Danico, go Galacate the scene, the contact was somebody was the Synagogue. Indeed, hits and it was seen that you go with a decade seen la a Canigua go Galacate, say it page 12 is in 2019. It is seen like Danico, a 2.9 billion. It was 69 million go see like it somebody single sin the community government was in 24.5 million. It is somebody sin like it got a contact or government go a sin like a sin like the community government was sin like it is sin like amigo go hego also sin like it go then the contact with a city real life did $11.5 million. It is somebody they got tax in decades in the unit and a casino the 30 chance they got tax like it is sin that the additional not there sin I now could take it when it that government sin like got check it got contact with $5 million because the sin like the district goes go somebody goes to sin like it unit a security check along that it is somebody go will sin like it Gashin 37,000 clay height and at a contagua. A sin like a contact sin like contact a $20 million gets and I don't think high was a the candy good second like could say I because Asinaki government did sin like a samba sin like walk and it's like 220 the canetly height and it Asigua Yaki si contact the government good any calacata sin like Sigua and the Saki Canigos I got a delicate as a contact was seen like a delicate contact was said that no naki tie you could like that. A drink honey, a sick or got seen like I should not kill him because it is somber it is seen a contact when it's like or a iron alert that is a maca good any kissing like a day. Day is 3 on tender a clitzy going to wall at that to the sunny. A cat dig high, good say, take off for a quantala. Dig high, good a good dana is in the coffin good dana can or it died go account and is in the contal and then as I must say. I may ask go work a second. Hey River South. Massey, Mr. Speaker. In la etri asi attako go sila kongwa go ke for tane diono na ke go sala tane kesin la etri khani government sin la etri tane ke go hego alaketa sin la tane ke asi longwa go ke Mr. Speaker. A tseko kesi la etri ai kontago asirgo go osesina a dahontule etri je go ke altsata tule kiriwa a sin la a Canada gets a etri and it's also a gets a amigo highlight hilese a yaksir go hegulu and that etri after that ke go alaketa Arnica project is in a Youngest Women's Society. Dedicate goes government of Canada, City of Yellowknife, goes a dedicate contact at dedicate Coca in total dedicate Alec Cook a coat echo sin of today $4 million a church government goes sin like today and Blue Tea Corporation sin like 650,000 today. Canigu etri Calacata Ganida, federal government sin like etri Asina zone anyway. Government of Blue Sin did in a car site as a good allocated did in a sea in Dota Guas, good say in Do, good allocated did in a then a good say go Calacata, a queer goods a mean Nazon air, Beheta want air, I see goes at sea where etri Kegota. A canigo, I go to say, amigo, say, Ione asibe go ewe la sin am big edition that Ion boats at that go on that. A sin la sazeta garrets and Mr. Speaker. I see la bo at the going to the federal government here, a federal government go good deal with landing that go garret sin la the year. A then a kid that got somebody still single, which that's at the go on that. A did can't go at that going in there. A sin la go at that going in there. A hego hago na zo calacata go on that. It is sin la a outlash go till it's a sin la it is a hego with at the sin la go keta gone in there. A canita little hego calacata say it is go cani asigo calacata go in there. Mr. Speaker, I see good sacre I was a good one at to lesson. Masi I hear South sin like I see good sana adula se good deal not and whether that's to see it's like a yet and a kid that Masi Mr. Speaker Masi Sosleke I unicanico goes and so good to sin like I did and minister sin and in a housing corporation go sin like did canny I go hatred go sin like it I a could go calacutagoga. It is sin that it didn't sin that it did canigo seal a hair from a support center to Nicola. A canigo or sin la egola, a contact or sin la egola, yegulu contact or must Mr. Speaker. A must see hair some amigo, a sake Jenny. Ami go gutita go tsakate. Ami do shodi kwesi guzi kakitia. River South. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Indusin la idri kanlak langwa ambatili se River South go awatalani masi. Masi a new budlik. Masi, Mr. Speaker, indusin la Denise McDonald a new budlik was masi Denise. I'm actually questioning la goza kakita great slave. Master Mr. Speaker la into a tenekesana kese hedi question it is great slave go was a Gian McCarter William Jacob Joe then it just show then I he alakeda and goes I say James Talwin must say I'm actually questioning la Range Lake. Master Mr. la Mr. Kieran Testar. It is in the Range Lake go without the sin that didn't then at least the 18th class of the assembly at winter must see Mr. Speaker. Either Honorable Premier must see. Ami go kasa kitani. Ami go tendi ko asa tani. At then as go zikatil ninte masi tucho de na zo tani walk in masi. Masi. Either ami sombao kita asi go kasa kitani. Ami asi go kasa kitani. Ami ko gutakrekan. Nakpot kutsa. Me masi Mr. Speaker. Diri guti tanawasila. Diri otake naso de henaku. Tene henaku te ami minister go yetsek auke wi hilin kese. ECNE Housing Corporation Health and Social Services ke. Ke desin la ditini. Go out or did the case in Ion say allocate done in this. Either than a premier go must see member from Honorable Premier. Must see Mr. Speaker. The government sin la either say allocate the sin la either a young government go with it's a certain ministers did the allocate must see Mr. Speaker. Must say, mine from Nakput. You see, that I use quickly like that. I see this. It's a second contact with Nakutese. Please, either Otake, that contact or must say, Mr. Speaker. Must say, the Nakput with the Honorable Premier. I must say, Mr. Speaker. Sir Minister Sinline etri tane ke kota gotsana ketokene wenida etri tetene sinla tetene dansa tetene hare go kala kata tetene kanakulu and it's at that too late. Must Mr. Speaker, must Premier and in the Nakpot goes April 4th. It is sin la etri Nakpot sin la guago alaketa sin la dana otake go he alaketa hilige kanik guago ekats listen etri amigo minister go he go alsatani de in togo gets at go in the Minister of Health bitse must see no Nakpot Honorable Premier. Must see Mr. Speaker. Either the Mr. Sinla, either Ami, you hego alakutakin when that then good sequate to let it in the Harry this alaketa to la Massy Mr. Speaker. Master Honorable Premier. Amigo go asakitani, River South. Masi, Mr. Speaker. The arnica guago goes at the kind of zonda. It is seen like it is some back, federal government goods are some back in. It is seen like Denekigua Alaketa and goods a Deneke contracted the Haraguay Atula. It goes I used to, but I seen like a Denekigoteret and go dak egua, gosla, do like Ashine, a Dino Nakik, go Enakanete, gosliga. Amigo go take go sin la etrege in dota go sin la go self it federal government did in a hare go somba wala sin that the kind of goods and I can the kind in Latin massy, Mr. Speaker. Here must see here south, but the con go out dohili. Master, Mr. Speaker, the federal funding go wala sin la. Is $60 million. It is go samba wala sila. It is go samba wala. It is go he go samba wala si. Tiene que tu kala que tana okan is go takutsite. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Masi, Minister. Herbert South. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Herbert sila Etiri atlitsana kiutiko e kogodak ego osila etiri teneke sombakiri second elder asiata kola guagrigo the housing corporation gutsana kiti sonikulu etiri ami teneke ye arakete gutsana kiti atula soni etiri masi, Mr. Speaker. Masi here south e konseka wido. Masi, Mr. Speaker, the housing corporation goods and in car a good Kiriku goods and a kid in Tlatan Oki. The three good in the town that I the federal corp goods out that federal government goods out that did in a CMHC go here goods out that they can in it like at Tala. In that it did not kick a count at Tula. Either I may have ever got a hit. I'm going to go here. I said, did yes, may see Alakazine because I may have got Alakata Hill as a housing corporation got any care. A see the goods in that's a good go out a Tenekatution or such can you go a somber goods egg out that can win it a massive, Mr. Speaker. Massive Minister. I may go a good care Sakitani Frame Lake. Must say, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Justice sila the gotrach and the cake honey the masonite courts a kit in the amigo etseki for gotrach and the kehilike a sinner on den in it got den ke gutsawa lasuni must see, Mr. Speaker. A must see frame lake Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker is sin la akai good kalakayo on a king tella. In the April band local is starting this is like a town in the district and a quick good cycle and the good Aslaga on that and the massive minister the frame like good must say, Mr. Speaker, either me you can see to la a me you can like a me Teneke go Alakata Helisin la Stri go sin la Teneke Guldi go Aldas a Contagua Casilla Atago Sin la Asinslo go Calacate that's a Onego go Calacata Eteri Asi is Tani is a good Salakatini de Eter Amigo He Alakata Sin la Eteri go Asigus Anakitigoa. Must say, Mr. Speaker. Must see frame language I'm Minister of Justice. Must see, Mr. Speaker, sinla sinla FWCL Management Consultant AG sinla Mr. Speaker Victim Services go ala contact wala keta helinke ka distro alahta or tenekesina go he aksegucha alaketa go one slon de alaketa tana asasa ko tani da ko sin inta ko bitsa ko ko ke kon tani da sila ke sila asiko kala ka dol tsami gutsana ke tasina etre intu ko kala ka tasina tana victim services ko tani ke skana so gutsana kiti gutsana ke da tani ko ke khatsala ganin da gutsana tsati ko ganin da masi Mr. Speaker masi Minister frame le gutsa masi Mr. Speaker Edri sila edri tane ke go kalaita hele sila edri khani go kalaita sila konta go kalaketa hele ke sila 1996 go sai go ewa o sila edri sila go tsena kiti go tane ke go sila kala go na kintala inda edri ay kastina honono o se konta it's den karla go sila khani go esela yunda ne konta go tsan on dene go masi Mr. Speaker masi frame lake go Minister of Justice Master Mr. Speaker indugo go edri April go tsena edri khani go tikere tako dana esela asi why go tsona shots and landa edri dene kesila go fonta dene ke go tsena kiti go tsako keta leheki ko hekiri ko kam talson kulu go di tadigar batana asibik alatsata ko ganida tene ke khani go hekuri go onida masi Mr. Speaker masi Minister Frame Lake masi Minister sina masi huru sina ha Inte asitula itri indu asi ko ako ke tene victim service du te ko na so ko ako keniki autula sone ayu ko akula kan somba 2021 masi Mr. Speaker Master Frame Lake Minister of Justice masi Mr. Speaker aka itri sin la itri ko Miss Victim Services go somba yaza ata intekila 240,000 sina victim services sina etri katanet ha go kafane intekila gahon da go tsana kitia ni de gahon bata go tsana de etri ami go ta go tsana kiti hili go he ala tsata singla somba go wasena federal some gam go somba singla etri asita go agri sisila etri aiji go ke go tsana tseteni de khanikulu etri atasena etri ayakili da ke go khani khani go oni de etri go tsana go de etri khani de kudatski wini de go tabitsana dia dula Eti kanida alaketa ko ke kanida masi Mr. Speaker masi Minister amigo go ke sakitia Cam Lake masi Mr. konta go tsaka wihili naketa tsin nu nakpot go tsa Minister etri indota go tsina maka inti go letsin ko edasi ke go indeni Masi Cam Lake me contact with the go at the way. Master Mr. Speaker sila the Kalabek go Master Mr. Speaker. Masi Minister. Masi Cam Lake. Master Mr. Speaker. The Minister sila go sila taho hebek good to lesson. Sila etri IG go heko kalakatani de page 12 go say hi tane go ego tira etri contact go ego kalakata go sakakita dula masi Cam Lake go etri contact go sakawe de go masi Mr. Speaker etri ka inducing na bekalas at the contact go hekri go tsani kwanda etri amika we ken sila etri sina bekeu tsata etri tani behego kalagdotse etri teneke contact go hego kalatsata masi Mr. Speaker Cam Lake gotsa masi Mr. Speaker tati si etri say hi tanet any day somebody kete si goods 25 million sila America the federal government goods somba goods sila goods tara canis federal somba wala sila contact wa somba nikile sila sina so in toda kwana so sone contact goods kawo hili Masi Mr. Speaker sin la do na go sin la tene kesa isa tare kesa go singo aka go si ata contact go he ala tsata ji go contact go tsego tsata tani go he ala tsata tene ka ji do khane go tsaka do ka go tase eta ayigo go he go kala tsata sin kola $5 million he ala tsata sin yone tene ke go saga ala keta go he ala hita go tsani teka chu go tene satare kese go de panana adla masi Cam Lake go masi Mr. Speaker Kaga chudan Mr. on tene se he tani wani behe with tatale sin la kese ka government go tene ke sina $4.5 million, $1 million, stand turtles go somebody go sila DC teacher da ho which on a sort that dosoni sila go sila don't think high go say go somebody sila those $5 million sila go go come to lesson must Can Minister contact our head Mr. Speaker in the sila ionic danake a good sila a $1.5 million sila danagawa la sila a sila some basila the Naked Hospital sin la canigo at the bag somebody go nanek tax like that's it is a good unnamed nurse and Mr. Speaker. I'm going with that Kenny 20 day will a day. Mr. Speaker. The health and social service because I was sin la the medical travel which any case sin la ini kata kana osa ini da dirigi inta go tsakwa etene ken tata na okay isina kwa kuri inta ba tsatani da tene kesin la sila H&R block go tana akela sila khane ini tsakwa sila ini tata na okay ini da digi la king fani dana soga Minister Simba Taruke. Dule in like a chukula nakella dula sone in the Nazogu Akilanida. Masi Manase tune in the Wallade, yet and a quago, Ekaw Hilly. I have Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kaniko Tareke, a medical travel good Erike, Silla. Circuit Chago Alaketa, Sengo, Sin like Titani, Jikani, Itaniki, go Kete. Silla, Asina Silla, medical office Silla, we go dark exilla, Itaniki, Ayigo, see, go Enekila Silla, a Kandakane Deco Hewala, a Gonecom, a Kaniguchi, go Silla, a Sombacola, a Nitacola Sin like the goods and Akita, the Dani Sombak Eki Tigoa, and that after going with egoticity, the Canigo, Crescena formed the Gila Crescent Becasilla, a Serbic equitilla, a Somba or La Silla, Somba, a Cocrisilla Onsa, a Deneke, a candidate, then it's Latin hockey, a good a Deneke Gusicola. Mr. Speaker. Amigo and Santuni de Willade. Masi, Mr. Speaker, Masi, the Minister. At the Canigo, go Kekasilla, I can't it in your go Kekudi, declare good at the Silla. I see Atacola go Silla, got Anitago. I was Silla, a Sam Kitty. samba ekitida ke sina is khani kwa guriji laita khani sila daraha gutsena ke khani go ke gutsa samba nate gani de masse Mr. Speaker to masse tuni de walade ayatsali khani go ke kawhile masse Mr. Sila ke kwade January 27th 2020 Nurses Territory Health Services in the GNWT service go assess Sam Hididi that's anti go where it was as a regional health goods did the Hego Calacutago EU where it could like a health did go Calacata say the GNWT sin like the then a Kigo Calacata sin like the Hego Calacata facility. Sombak Ekitisin, Dani, then a goods and I digoa. And the Nurses Territory Health Social Services and Hego Calacata Sinla, the Cat Azogo, Hego Calacata, Iona Somba, Ami somebody, K, goods and I dig, and I go a Satsunit Akit essay. And that the GNWT government go Calacata, can go Alacata. A sin in there go Nazosri go Calaita. Sin na zogo a sompa go hewala si in like go ketan go the health and social khani go back on go nekini or sin la the health and social services go sin the sompa keti go any kesin la ditine jugula ke ita go he jukakachine tane 1500 tane ke jukakhani yek alaketa inta khani be kala ta klatani te hwate egots a me ejukola calaceta go on the Kuriji like that. In the age Haniquago on the Cassin Assesta Guago or Silla, then a Kesruko Shatanaga Alaceta healing Kiko Calaceta, which a Tarek Hudi or like he is a Gachine, Tino Zenegus Agogo. Massey Minister, I may tune in the holiday. Massey, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, it is a good desire. It in it lasila, it ding, dietane or it's anti inducing la mecaneta. It got you in tota in tota sona tenant to the demand there was a health and social services consakawe. Sin like it's anti-diet and is acidula got you the good that cannot deal in the 20-day holiday. Master, Mr. Speaker, got you in the second in it less in the cut ding because it's anti-diet and in do go get in that in do Sam go and a king tuning that. It got you in Doguri one at the Ganota. Another got you a town of Zanegoza. Sunday will there must see it health and social services because I dug away. Masters inducing the Minister of Finance access I go Calasin is finance because a countala. The Kani in it like Waki and in the good a town of Zenegus in the account and in the good and in the it's a good decade said to La Massey. I can't shot as on tuning day holiday. Massey, Mr. Speaker, a good and a case a sinner, a Calaguri Gionda, and it let on okay. It quit eagles and well lala. It the minister sin like it in it sin like it then a contact with a symbiote in that Italy, sin like Italy, and me a got you some button sin like I was Italy, it the good ego, then a K and it let on okay, isn't Danny yet I could take what was allocated in that massive Mr. Speaker. Massive material day, well, they health and social services. Master, Mr. Speaker, and good second sin la then a ami sin la on day I go listen a medical travel with Wakila Dadal the health center Kaniwala. Kanifson Kulu sin la amigo go alaketa sila sin la Ionico sin la the website go see Ione online go later go region in the sin la a health center go in the region amigo go alaketa go say alaketa Massi Mr. Speaker Massi Minister amigo go takere Kenny.
Decho, Mr. Speaker, at the Nayanli, a Valeta Kawe. I think our carriage son at the contact hiring lad and a goats and I can't see could resident as son. I think to the contact hiring lagoon seller. Goats and I did I go on could go all of the goats and I can't dig health social service kawe. Mr. Speaker, ka diri wo na te we ka liku nena yuna ka kont diri ayu mo da se diri hindu ayuna free tena ketta Kanid Agalataka Senats Ilde Kanida, the now word Agalagalaketa, Goja Ayuna Nazo, Amigot at Ende, Ayuna go Conta, Sentu the Gots and I could go now word Anne got go Kadernet Aha. Mr. Speaker, I think Agalataka, I did. Contact urine lad cook away Galataka gola sin I seen high tonet and go on a kita go dicky choose on it. The Yanyak away. Mr. Speaker, a Galaka Kanya if I get a shoulder. I think contact Kanya quarry and the Yan Legalaka both Tagare Becotigus go are Carosino no deck away the okay. I think always then I see then I can go ye a galaketa won't go to the I see a yaketa on there. I did then I go a jack and did I go take it in there. The Zoko Hegalaketa go to the Cinder. I see to the yaketa on there. And a car to the car down there. Your knife north. Mr. Speaker, did a carry sin that I did a dean high below, do the said, I wish I get it, let do let that's net, I could do let on a session. I see to the then I wish I get it, dear, and it add a city in there. I said, do le cosazze dia che le soneta, do le agalat at the hogot at it. Massi, Mr. Speaker, Kata Tarende, Clatarende, as the hallots, a cagont, a good let a lagorigina and a cardit to the go for a radaka go on kin lacanicolu, yes, and cat at the cat dande, then cook the goods at in goods in a kitchen on a kit in the good and a receipt did me do the then the tires on take and come out the sonka, you go here like a down the got good at the then me a galaketa go ye galaketa ke I think go ye in clean a kit in like goes at the good at the go on the send the contract and it a galaketa on the gola unit a very good at the and I did a sent the I think good at the white then I got that really go Da kasson pa hyle da Kurisiason kabekets or your son passed than it's you'll knife north. Master Mr. Speaker, a car cats a hairgot a that's in I got that in talk. I has a good arsenal that Kurisino, and that's dule a city da hotelzine to go darin toiletazin ako da hadin tonne dulle so sonne sinig oi qawe behegala taluse aka diri ayune ami asin kulet allen asin agalaitag era gudit sinde etlek etni we gudiki singara gala ketan da asin kulet allen den kiko kerek we agalaitake yo kere gara konti kulla ke enta das kakurishi und kullu kusra atsalleganda kan kul behegala taratule bek agu sonne bizatla sonne akabek era shona esin qawe sesene dati sin galata henda massi se Yalnif North. A cock all we can niggle down there, and a car do le a hegal at that. It did the nick it's a cook all with a chorus in any. It did the nick all that the nick a like a dancing. On take hegal like a tantu le thought was at Zegots as son lies at Zegalakuta. And there is I want that ke a silk at a new good do her on the a kai girls at down the hinda a say a dule sompa like awe he a dinner there is sunny attack awe he exu dule yegalake da sunny do see Yalnif North a sit do galake da awe Master Mr. Speaker ka etere go kai kwade asin son tagots at degan yunak athletes at down there and that did it bewo guteno and assets and lagots at tasin kele a katul gulet ala son de hole a dicho eligunana atanegala ketase dir ase agaregalat at down at yune gats at down there caniculated I get a shosin la it did into kind go on the Yalnif Center. Master Mr. Speaker did it then a young like out okay into caresi did it I unicorn to a galadaga or cape the policy then it said they didn't I saw like out with then a kite the Nahindane did it a galadaga kukini wegalakin tile Danny akin lano then a young like away. Master Mr. Speaker, about a chair of my series. I did a cat good deed, cape, but good deed, car, you know, in Chloe Saint and I hinnik all Suri, then I got good deed, chicken, then I can take on the nuts at seller 33% so it had its a yawn that I Suri, horilla go on. Kasri diri guti gala tagots esuri gurishan da begalats at da sits at lago o da diri galats at the 2016 diri eligunana diri sit diri 90 wo dani yala kuta ekteniko kelikwe kontuhe nadits intehega kontuhe nadits hats intehe and diri go kelikwe I sim 90 contribute on it, say, won't go to kiss and at the Tani Yala Kuta, good to kiss and at the Ligu Nanet and I thought, say that and that I think I could yell get a sin la diri ayunet athot government le hegalat utada tanis gabalat utagat etinetsne o khatir be kotiket yogare kenet illa diri sin kontu atene so got theory with begaret ayunet den so begatue kaneda and atri cape ta kidesin la diri sin diri dana yan dana betardan tsana diako unkani kullu atla tarinte kani ko ole hinda dira unit gudi chikella se gudi dana tsada bazata da diri sidiri ayunet dan eko kwesin la diri kontu gudde kontago het allago unkanida lehegala ketta da kanida go het rak ita khone gudru ano Yatį Life Center. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, kawe masi dene zon ayunet ayitar ki Yatį zon. And that did I show you that elli gunnene tani go ahead it is on a cape good dichikella tani go ahead in the health social service kawe. Masi, Mr. Speaker. And that did sene karisile a kadiri good chikella is that the sila kontu galakutaga kinla and I do amiyala taga and a contract in that amiyere say March 12th in the Trip Dragi Center board goes at the did ayiga got such a desinla government done go hegalats out down nahine go at the quick goes at ada ayune at the goes intende there is a kunde cape go the chicken lile boats at the ayi on all said a good done in the equity good the Yatį Life Center. Massive Mr. Speaker, a kai tari kiliko ekolo a saint leo tarike. It is a direct awe katile, surit and a good deed, a chikella, one good decree, surit and hot today, Nahani Horilla, Nazon go not at sell had the one go the report, and it had to go then there were then a young like awe. Master Mr. Speaker, a car a saint Slavey than that's an a well that could a colagots at the contu policies it in the good tigaragots at das in not seller and suri nuts at seller and at the car at the ayid at horilla simple at taco on. That then they said then it's a good day. There a night it's in the cane. Alate ke a one good day. Then a yegalota. Then it's a good day. A car can it's in there. Not day the night ke. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I got that talent in the need. A contour a good deal got a then policy. That is chink at a jack hanet can go denike dini sin a kidileta dani denike then it's another kid diasoni at a hareta and it's an a case in the policy here the good liberals at an case in the caressing like car he do good digits a later a car ayune good digits a lot of horror and it's a hints it agarity 3 years later a cultural government ayune goes at the and that ayune then a work it and a heck it echo I make all the goods a and a heck it echo on that can it na zone at ulenot at the hegel at utago masi minister tarike manfrey. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, acho nahenenik Frank Channel hiriti noni a kanigon wa Ålände a Sahtúot'ı gena yele ke one suri fagos on eda a sit do getsinga awe daruke Diri simbet ayuni ligunele den ki yet at yonde malanen kolagot atste kachini solano begayet noni ali and awe asidot esting awe disse and asidot esting galat etagante on the here French channel where osonne noni at ustinga gulletule asidot esting awe ayune Asin kanigalat at the son is sompa at lekibalat at that dealine a car big at a yo at the sompa federal then it's an acute digara gulet ulle edinle a kain do a gacho gok anata where federal sompa canoe inlet the negate Kanukulu do gacho and that's in the Canadian government ha egate kadule ha egate sonne and aka egate ka ayune senat ulega hinta at uleta e sediri ayune gullet ulle kanet anason bekornat itinat serada at ulle hinta becho concutling cho government he go hega lahita dai noni galat utadesi and adire ka gullet ulle sonet aka sompat rekira in it ayune got at in lada a cadu ayune sompa bega chitulere gullet uleno danareke manfui. Masi Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a cadiri honen ons in the kugo eterewe sompa kere kekulu fiada ke chan tu kalakagont and he do a scene a sompa federal na het en aku diga gora kesone got ainda a scene on tenega sonne beko diga jone a scene dot is singa awe masi Mr. Speaker did and a federal got a sompa tele kende did ka federal dini sompa ayune o kedere ekitinde ahonet elda kuka kainlande na hinigots ikudet uleno aka hindu kanoni anazon the engine satsungiti do ya inta kanazade and kadule kala asont elasonni sompa ba katuniwe 2018-19 hebe go there yunega kinta kakalnat sende mafwe eterewe Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I distribute our aunt and that's in a year a chance did kale sompakiri arakega a thel and tak awetaruke did a saint doyat is sing awe a saint federal go he going that's on his sompaga a distribute and about our on the French Channel Bridge. Massima fue. Asin doku detingak awe. Nasi Mr. Speaker, he do sin onitigo kenaya and a joke alle federal government did alle a French Channel will go to gotele a kasuri a federal government kagut routine at diri na hini dan het sompat and galat asit doegut since sompa ka ayune den awela sompa dan het doeta ona sompa gets a kanya da suri corrigi hinda a kai diri noni assisture bet ara and dute den nenik egalaketa ke nei egalaketa asilo big ekena yet at the hat at asuri cut a quit on the Masi Mr. Minister Manfui Masi Mr. Speaker Mr. Speaker Ediri bewokena yatsunu chile hurid atsule aka ediri a MP heridi Ottawa tenaga keweta asin en esia fane der sompa tenara keni hade hent ahindu aka sompa ra kele da achud tenewira gotera sonna aka diri ayuna national kanniga sompawella ayuna tenetsena kitida ega sompawella henta asule a member of parliament and go kweta gotse gottegare na hetsena tari dinde hera kwene huret inlande asedo gotsetsia kawe ha akadiri ayuna federal government kola do follow go eterewe and atini konte etaga seneuki and asom patlo edani galaketa no thought and the kini on a kind ende it a honde kakot egots eteganda and asine katiri noni about our aunt at a boards at the it actually member McLeod behe tata Edira asinto gots etsinga sompat and with did you kak on a bo guitant eda a kadiri ayuna a seheu keno herisin daka kona let's at down the hand ajo kawhili then it's got the daureke Nuvik Twin Lakes Echo kwa tena yailia agalataka taruke aka tete tena kontata nati sinikani so at ida aka ayuna belonze and apegalat atako asula ayuna a government agalataka kayurin la ayuna sehe agalaketa ratiri natis intethon tena tat ayuna yagalakin down the it's untanikega land ayuna government agalata kare athe nukuhi it's guru akukiro adose Master Mr. Speaker kas a begalat atako o izolekulu Regulamen etire ayigalat utats etisin la asithon ayid akolat etisin la ayunetle hegalat atako o eti gofene galat utalat etidaka ayune etle hegalat atako o konta egalat daka ayune golatene hegalat atako kanida ayune tene ligunana tene kegat ontane kega golayune nasoko kitia golat atada Nuvik Twin Lakes. Master Mr. Speaker, I feel like our ayune den zontanike naket saguts inlande garende sonne go ohenda kanid etlechai flazon le kluwai son go hetena ketene naket saket der sonne den yelak our Master Mr. Speaker den egentlig had den veterans and at the galata kaya in sotan hegalata kenewe kontu henadits in dehe it's ontanike he you go kene tanko hegalaketa and at the achunadits in the galata kola that's ontanike hegalaketa down there and that's in the kaniu a single Dirika, you want to like a dinner, ayuna sink long, okay, there at Legalaketa, Nuvik Twin Lakes. Massy, Mr. Speaker, and I always must say, there I always say, her erudite, say, ayuna, then a young, then a sunny idea like that gane, ayuna lehe, then a he, a galaketande, a card did. 90 it was in their career was really down at Asuri. It was in their Darash Chodu Lebet at the Quatasico wicked do like we can Yatį inte I warisi untan ke hlothogo gai kulu gai yune go Yatį kanik ala ke te kotarate ka ke ona gutele ga be ubet be sits elle be ala tsata go on ene twilexon den egentlig awe ma Mr. Speaker aka berak etelewe ayer dibek erson aka en sakhuga he kontragos awit eta dat de kabek erson dat gute illig ben kontrasan dilekul ayuna bellons en ligunene ga kagont and da erisinga beletaga reconnect after Mr. Speaker ta kawe kare yosuna Asitulle kassetti sonne und amiden Yatį intek alawits untanike hona on so togo ya yo no juts and de hadin da si guts and kiti sonne den yanle awe Mr. Speaker ha that one hakire is on ne ka Yatį kanni den untani ketsena dike na juk it's entitled sene kare wat na kiri is on that dinner na kessa sonne Yatį sin juk kabek ershon da wai be gudi ku are but in a guteno ega kanaru sino Master Mr. Speaker Merci Minister That's it. That Mr. Clerk. That's it. That I did that's it. Kids and I could say that Mr. Clerk. Mr. Speaker did it. That's the kids enacted 1-19 Frame Lake February 5th 2020. Did it ligunen awake a unit and a sin some que. Na you quick it na click it delay 2019 it click it delay what I did when it actually that's a kid that Joe Commissioner in a good said there British Frame Lake Did at the Nazi Chile and it era. Did Joe I get it quick Aranaketa. Did I think it quick one good day. And Johnny Sompa away. Mr. Speaker, Joe, and I don't know what to say. Sompa, can I tell it that, but that's really 2021. Joe, and I know how to say. Joe, and it agents the Real Life Center. Merci, Mr. Speaker, Joe. And it at the good chikella contour good the chits ella but at the neteru had do at the see in it at the policy here the gonna kin dawo to know and actually it's illa tuna day well a day Merci, Mr. Speaker. Joe, not carry on rats at the cannot it's an 10 day at the now it's 80, then it's in the kitty and it acid electronic and it electronic hate the barrels at that gets Ruya. Hate the barrels at that. Hate the barrels at the Arabic Arabic at the Sompa away. I do. Alle Sompa alle Mr. Speaker, John says if any August as a two Kettere was the head they see any it did a sompa number 4 2019 2020 it did all big it did see. Mr. Speaker. Sompak awe het de berals at the way see amia yune anywhere bo kena yats any tila ami anywhere het de berals at that agede. That did anake alabik out in there. Nake I cannot at there. Sompak awe. That's Mr. Speaker, John says if any on Sahtúot'ı say this is any on nake say dire sompat agalat at that go de 2019 2020 nake big and at that and I did say dire ayuna sompat agalat at that cannot ellen but that sompat really iga hinto but good is it agalat at that I bet got that dawdrake Ami anywhere. Ami anywhere. I did hit the but it are not here because it's a hackedy. I did it. I goods or can it 1920, 2019, 2023. Yeah, you gotta get that go on 2020, 2021 years. Done it as some but I gotta get that. And I joined it at the 4319 bracket 2. That did it or seen in the house. I quick off there. Same 19 bracket 2. It did St. John. I hear said that it's English at the let's on a let's at that and I hear it say. And you twin legs.
En du silla ederi. Ajo kalle hitri kwa. Ajo Sahtúot'ı anatsata. Amigo ako kakani wasani. Mr. Norn. Master, Madam Chair, can we see that the technical Dawson back at 2019, 2023? The government secretary go with the message. I go Ekakani Winnie. In Dusi Sahtúot'ı and it's an accent and any.
will now call committee back to order.
Idu kakachutena tsetega. Introducing la 12-19 to 2023 men government go tani ko kala ketasin page 30 Madam Premier CEO yeko tekni wini Masi such as Deneki Koi could try to lesson in it. The Premier, I mean, Nagawata, Masi, Madam Chair, Mr. Gold, the Silla Cabinet Secretary, the Deputy Minister Healy, then I walk it walk Alakatasi. Is I go at the Silla 10 minutes is a quarter go good. Backhanding contact with backhanding it's a backhanding it's a see that it tickany. I'm a good that canny. A frame lake must see Madam Chair. It is told a necessity of quintessilla. Somebody the honour old thing is I would say a canny okru lekitile a attaqua Idrisilla, I see it a bit an idea, so they could take cut this. Must Madam Chair. Must frame lake, Madam Premier. Masi, Madam Chair, it is seen like a good year, sorry. It is one in the Asi Yakini with a Siko kitchen in the Nekola Aqua Kitchen in the contact or good check out lake or good attack on the Masi, Madam Chair. Masi, Madam Frame Lake. Masi, Madam Chair. It contact was a silly itri IG is into baga aconsesin la itri contact cani asida ganaki sikene jesse. I bet a good behegutiwala, Madam Premier, Master Madam Chair, I said to la a next away ENR, Master Madam Premier, Minister ENR would take away. Masi, Madam Chair, a single go callet at Tanita contact with her at the Ayuko Kentats and Lecola. Good a sequel go here at the Sina, a go here at Sina, a Dricola, a Deneche, a amigo Ago Canetahili, is Denegri, Zigu, I like the Hilisi like Guaguts and Tesse, Nickname Denegasi in Arguasi. Tani iji government school he alat ata I sila idri tani ne he be he alat ata idri sila abe he wa on tara iji kani tene ke asiya ni je ai tichati he ala keta kani into asilo iji go work with asila kani go kala keta ko ganinte idri kola abe he wa on tara ka asi ko kebeke ala tsata si yabe be ko kala tsata masi minister and member for Frame Lake masi Madam Chair kagachu tenesin kone bet chicken dusjo somba kebetsa itin sin la Idri be tani kana tsele inspection ENR on tala enta idri sin la idri environment you see health and service goes on idri amigo idri si idri IG tani go ke behe alat atakarinta IG na zot tani pe kana tsele tani asigo apeke go ke batsata Kani kontago asi daigana kishi kani gogansi masi Madam Chair. Madam Framley, Madam Premier, Madam Chair masi deneke go hego kala dasi health didn't go ako kalaketa egots deneke asin yakinishi sina dule asin yakinishi daga oguru lekiri when de into government go hesila akola sin la idri ji kaniko kalaketane asin kola kaniko kekontasila ayone taneke alaketa sin la idri tani is idri Ikole keke tichati kanilate ni dadane betasete. Tsiku ke goga edre diki wida. Da edre Frame Lake. Masi Madam Chair. Da edre denikiti denikola kanusin la edre Nutrition North diti Ito ko karetal sin la ajobe karetale sin la Yukon diti sin la federal government tani federal government go dene perega Yukon perega kanaki sin la kutsena dakri sin la the government didn't kanikola ye go ego helaketa sunini masi Madam Chair Madam from like masi Madam Premier a thai karala hilly indeed that a high goods asila idri hego kalaketa did federal government goods and goods outside them they go sila goods at dula go Premier Guzikara Lake Ligola Masi Frame Lake Masi Madam Chair Lesin la edri go ke gutiwala go desin la edri ata go ke desin la asi go wadara ko osin la asi go asi in doting high which I that 25% of the sin like I did kani konta which at daga asi yakini sila asiko kanata asi dule go gare kani go eko hego diniti dula sonin masi Madam Chair Madam Premier masi Madam Chair in duko asila edri 25% was a result like the one in the edri kanitani go ego kene jego ayaki season a kani into go ekotasi masi Madam Chair Frame Lake masi Madam Chair kani go hego kalat atatula inducing la ajo behekot as a day in Dugulet and la day. A caneculu itri Tani itri conta a denetaga, Asia can use a sea can tani big cake and that's a letter. In the tani itrayon big as a nasals and lega. A contact was similar in premier age canning go up big a good in its trinity a single cake, allocated go cake, and that's not hatula massive Madam Chair. Massive my firm leg, Madam Premier. Massive Madam Chair. Itri sila itri teneke canigo kelsasinla itri asilo sinla itri ayi behego kenitselenite itri nasobeke kanatata ayi canigo kesinla itri ayi bekoresinla ayune asiko go kalatsatagoa. Madam Chair go kesinla itri nazogo go alakutago sinla itri is why because at that to let it general beauty go here in doting high good. Master Madam Premier, Frame Lake, Master Madam Chair, it is seen that it is a like that and a easy alakataga, and that it is tani asiko go can turn in there. Itri inti assembly kula go datsani kele itri deneke asia kilisho go teleke go aguti wanda go else in the crash shot as a Madam Chair. Madam Premier asia sigo go kasarusina newani. Madam Premier. Masi Madam Christina beguduhu sisina itri beheko kalatsata seata go songo go hekola. Masi Madam Chair. Decho. Masi Madam Chair. Do hola itri go kekuti sisina itri itri kontagonitsla korala goa. Teneke asi yani asi de break hakweni we itri jatin kon kani itri by jiro Providence kute gutse jatin kotsa kone wala kani ten lishada coach ake when day but that's it on that day. In that it is Kani IG denot and Kani Bewa Kregusa IG Kakitesilla. I unicula it denekikoa in evaluate it in Guluko Perota. You see like it the contact on its like Karala Hilly. You see like it the Ayigua go eka, we see like it a sea. Go conta welani de conta goes a canicasani de in as on de cani beg a canacana tadule. And that a cow janning de itri cunning go count go in dogo gets out totally one in that. On day itri silla a contagonit silla then a kid I could contact the cheetah. Dishi takit dig aki laki quayaki se beconiaki si de okay. Oh, that kikola idrisin and the a porcupine sa kani is a Suyaki Shekani Hospital gui kanikaka sikoya you was at the scene. Itri beg or hinner sorts of let's and one in there itri go running there itri and it's in the koi and it's in the itri go hego callets at the one there itri IG itri go desilla IG in Dora Beck go canigo all turning in there. Machi Dacho, Madam Premier. Merci, Madam Chair. Merci, go decani itri equality 애들이 신라 콘타군이 츠르 카로라 카니 아유네 아시다기 이신라 콘타 저기 인스라기 인나케스 카니 고자 애들이 콘타군이 츠 애들이 이 두테 클래시아 카니시 이 커뮤니티 가든스 이 데네 해 콘타 카로라 신라 이 애들이 이저 언어다 인다 애들이 신라 애들이 on day kuyas and like on day Massey, Madam Premier, Madam Chair, it did go and cook another and we go on the it did contact war go content there. Massey, Madam Premier, a death chocolate. Kai typed as so can he cigar. It did go aki city sin like a it did contact a go another queue we go. It did agua go a cutiny de see. It is in la government sin la ditinike is tenike is gona de ke wani de itri itri kanigwa ko ke alketa ko kitse goni de Massey de cho Madam Premier Madam Chair. It is in a cargo go and that's a cannibal at the cargo is go as in canny go at a massive Madam Chair. Massey, Madam Premier, Decho, Kakuta, Hay River South.
Massey, Madam Chair. Diri bed natik you Yatį ta honde zo ende na bewi di yaketare asine zon watches yende ka gare okirille ga eko river kola ka guchai chicken kane kala kane kola yoke deni adro diri kontad gots benat okirille kane eti was a dek ale diri bewot eti kane eko one ha then again work away didn't yet a good day. Madam Chair, did I car sits in a share a care was at the car conta sits in a shende on a lender you say den kan ni bewi asidule ontselelega yoke te kan ni kollande en arkola achi arkola nekola yone atlehegat atraditri ka nek be o kan ni tsineshe ekola kasri ontselelegande bewi tiande nda adrikola na henekola free be konta deni be okelende kola gotsrat ettiande okelende kola ka dulende atere ayune be nat ettigande ayi ya be agontlande asentere dene yalik agarant 2019 ko da ayi kulla kinlasin la hindi kera yatsana takridianda atiri na hinikola kandida dogotsre aga da hinju na hinikola beogots den kanatsande and ayi kulla kinlasin la de ayi de kenishende kola ayi okerelende diri de ko asikene share okerelene kola ka gots enda yune Lena Kate Asion Kirillene got dille okerillande and that did then asi benezolin can benezol go on a agotliante you gotta go at that you can't see it where Hay River South Massey Madam Chair that did I you that I care did her bear be kanne okerelle singa ago consina da kupere okrele he river lake ola kanne benezon aywe da alle be kanne benezon be okrele ne be agontlanda da banat go oha da den kolli asi oreliant alle ayune yaketagare kanne the big that you like at the go on that reversal. Madam Chair. I call out what I tell a canna henny acid and a shega go ole a catulabet as a dozen. I can call I goats and well last in la a sick and a shekel. I could say. Na henne so slave en huilada und der back okelushe da und der ne sila wellase da ho de mot an asikene so nikole kuni selada dann ne bereits in der so slave bereits in der begon bego und en bereits gut da hat chunde dulle asikene sonne kanit atini hende diri asikene onkelada Madam Premier. Madam Chair. And do ha Andrewsi gala kalila diri gala ayune asi inishe oh otsele grad asit in a shenaka a ditiri ayu bewon goes at denaka negola was at the gande and a card in dogots on the Massey Madam Premier. Here River South. Massey Madam Chair. Ayu gola at denikis kasiketi la se diritten ata asi kenishende Kuretile denetsana kihtira ko hega ko ala keta asidula sompa akotsana kitira den go laitande adini ola dintanet kotsana kiti tsa one kotsana dinde wai kotsana kiti de tiata sone anda Madam Premier. Madam Chair. Did a car a card go a sompa hola a made then a sompa for cylinder goods and at the under hair and I did it into the sompa kere kenda car sompa that goods and at the under Massey Madam Chair. Massey Madam Premier. Here River South. Massey Madam Chair. I just had zero. Llw goda goda at adri llw agalaitaka in le llw galaketa agalaitaka kani koku yesiale takot eson asikale alaketane. Madam Premier. Madam Chair. I molariti dana tat asilitini yetsa dewline Hair River South. Diri Hair River South achudala hinketa diri Hair River llwa ko one ko tsinse dile llu agalaketa agalaitaka ile asid dakelle ka ko singane Premier Landek awe taruke ITI I said doke sin kawe taruke a car a direct on a bell goods in dele a dire amigo singer and it's a contact in lale then a car then it's in nago kinte ye kereke kulu 6 anti million canet a goods on a sobatant about on a kere good think it did 깔아가지고 배가나 쨌다 hen다 손바로 go so kere kera doet leda gachu 배가나 쨌다가 아시 온테네 보나츠 인타선다 배가 깨테레we 카루시노 에베고디 카고타레 카루시노 마시 minister Hair River South 다 카레스라 Hair River 드리스리 슈에 따테니 켈송가 라이탄다 예 슈에소 아카 에드리고라 카슈에소 슈에 아제 에네카 베다 데나 송가 라이타 드리스리 베다라 안테다 호릴라다 세sel라고 에드리 콘타 데니케 mol government that's it in there you see ekere yolada the bekerijo kene wakoli ekere jole nda dire ami kanni egalaita ka kerejo se yetenega gudi chudadani hito gutsure olene e genia la that's in lana so katant e haut begalats atakuli dire kanni kere yole ke henats riklada Dua dele henda I carnet inland as the Hair River South masi. Asinto se galataka aka you Memorial University Newfoundland edirika danni gut usin keti yarak den hegala ketta Dannet eller gick egala da gudid sets ejane karusino masi tunide walde masi Madam Chair etiri beti tarichi horilla diente de kunenike peritintie kontakayurin la ja berichi kontakuni selekayurin la den seit also das unten gekitinde go gurija go henda dire idea starsin la kontakayurin la asia klischen also und 에티리네 카티 고츠나 키티아데 아이타 단니 고츠나 찌티가 아 단니 고츠나 키티아 아데 페데월데 Madam Premier 마세 Madam 알치 아이 디니 아유네 된 아시아 켄이셰 와 단니 고츠나 키티 알치 아이 어웨 아들이 그게 아시아츠니 셰 카츠베 쿠지오 캐라라인 캐고스타데 Madam Premier, Madam Chair, ajo godi ajo kerejole koloka aldiri begodi jwalale kolo kako tsenats edirant atusin ko honel be kharusino tunde masi ha kanazo Premier Maseruse kako kaniko ketsen ko tsenats ediranda koye ayune goretile nats etine peritile kontakani tako tsenats edinde sobetara kagurishiante sekara ake selak onoza sompagots ene tue penezona ke dileke bet orezon tako ketiante da gotsenats ediante hetadiri kani gotsenats edigante hare asia kenishega gotsenats ede de kontakotsenats edine asidariti gotsetagare gotsenats edine kani gotsenakitia ontakegola Then that's another delicate olayuna. I can't in the Castra Unibet alcohol. I won't tell this. And it's a dog or I must say. 20 day, well a day. I say, Contasia Canadian at Annicos and a kitty. Yellowknife North. Massive Madam Chair. Government says so near a kitty. Do I sit in a show goes at the late 2022. That can kitty. I go like that can did I kitty. A jogo did our order. Then I yet at dinner zokarate. I see that's a let a dinner. It didn't I should I go like that's a lega but only but how ole. And that Madam Premier, Madam Chair. I did it. I think it's a leg honey there. I see that's a leg. I think that's a din that's a leg. Sending honey. Elle collude caresse. Der ayer sincila. Ayune belos. I see. Ayuga that's a din there. Gente ayunet. I mean, the canicule giant and a son. It's a good that it's a good eye, it's a good cut it dirajo. Ayunet, it could be said ayunet well on the song. I should then a kite you lineage. That's a leg. I think done internet so hot. I think good dear sinner. I see. Madam Chair. Ka. I can hear it, Massy Madam Chair. That's bad. It is some Beraditi contra native deaths and legane that day, that page 32. It did contra. Kayurin Latini, Danny de quid at Sike window cook ekiti, Danny goes in a cake digger, a did I Taru Kennewan, a did Tannic a water care, a that disin la, Danny begat at the Saint did conta a canny, then a night did at city we. Night did at city without yet not a cook hour yet and I can't dinner canning go on Katie I share get this on a contai unite or ducho at job bats at the doors a Contuhe not this in tehe bewons if they say a car a drinatic area that dinets a cook away a natic area echo on it is ya way the a key on the it's a cook away koyago lasting a canny yet I could time canny go on the a like that can it go it's a cook our cake can it go a show you that a kelaka there a did it call so tall a go good day call so tall go get siati on the go get siazone Massey Cam Lake Madam Premier. I cherish it. I did it. I got at Dago or a dealer. I can't in a case that you could teach it. And I on the con. Then I me at the night shoot the Egala in Tandy, we corner get there. He lay at a land that. Then a better in it. Then a young leg like that gag away till it's a good day. Cam Lake. And then like away. Adderi allatana ke adderi adderi tani akellasila adderi onde akellaga onde kogo kesinga ko ahone karisikulo du kogo ina keitele adderi ayune Begat ettagare danni kogut için kaneda diri deneke ami edek enayçule edek egalainta anayçule i de kozana delbeta ko o heda diri kwatinde ke hegot sen awe ke konta kayulak awe edini kakidigare heda diri ami edek egalaitan de I think akure on that yagala keta tutena te kerewe te were a se tani te ke tiga kuti ke singara ko gala tata ye tena so amina juga konta chande kana tande a sin kota konseleta a sin sonda te gala keta ko onda ko tsena te tiga hanga a card did it a suri begalat at Dago Kani at you I think a la tana de kiri williga a kogo on the kata hon a why the egalakata sonne and then that is show night you Kani gare goes in at it Kemleg Nazi Madam Chair a cock always a quite but in a sin gobbets in at the a car na ke ju konza ke jana kind ende a calculation henda ayune gota sago go o henda a der sitir bet ara ada ayune konta tano o tai kayurin la kani kowe la gande e diri kon ploton on deligus in wa kamle masi then a young yak away. A draw a color on Denigots Ewa, but gets a yola. You think aquare, perhaps at Dagaraga, then a take a line thunder, that is show that's 90 goats, and that on those at Chandan as our son, a joker. Kwana unit le hegalat ata yasin kod asin got ese do na chant ada kont ada ka unit le he galat ata on that in lawlenia amiga te e kola he le hegalat ata Madam Chair masse kawe kamleg masse kawe no de ayune atene na chua tsau tene wende khuri ko tse ko tsara ana ko ofien fana kere nda hendu aka tene na chua bagat tat etile ayetano no de on aka Hindu at a lovely Dano Hindu, I can laugh that gold law, God's ever on. Madam Premier, I want to Madam Chair. I did say, that's a city, Kotaka urine Latinicola, then a night June day, it's a good day, Caniwella, and that did say, I and Tara chodri egalaita because younger at a synchronic energy land a sentire ayona then a canny night shoots and a tande but the sago or go on a ayona army it's an idea a simple Congo thing army is did I yet ekele can ayona but a sago or go on Takachu Tana the will noga a Kontu he natit inte he natseda jain lende kuni chadion da kabeta sago ago nom da luke Okay, not the care. And after the gag at a weko, a neck at another educated got Nicola Carusi chair, Nicola Carintile at the multiplex a gomot and now can get so coco or mot and a see a then can like del like a juke and nickels go back it and get a neck then the shintal I get in there going chant and I didn't now chukini when I done at Ulena had contact over that Dulle Massey Camleg Premier yet a good day. Massey Madam Chair. I did say that they can't two heads and that's in the hair what got at then they're going to chant a car and good chant at that contact or a kaya sebe got at the a car. And I had a yellow knife, yeah, on a arena gomot, and a kakirik on the palana where I then got and I get the canny go on. Kagots and that's it down. I got at the newa, got in de kayurin like all I got and that's it down there. Canning there a car going at that's a wago. At the danny at the on the well, I go on then and I chew goats at Olene. Then a caketin there, I anyway, Katina, Catena caketina, a garage it and that thing is a contact carry on the Camlake. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Hindi, sits a deco at go with it, then I get away cool. A kaya said it did goods in there. A then now two goods and not the kid, do then at the Canadian at Hana Kiret, goods and at the kick echo all at that. And that Danny I see a dick night you like that goods and 19 Danny bits it's that's on there. And that can it that a wako do it I see a calacatega lenny danny because Rio that danny a begalat data big it's Riyata candy at in Lawline Yalna Center Madam Premier. Mercy, Madam Chair. I think I say Nake Jude and at the Canadian got I said Hallots a cacking era sonne, can hit it sunny as a corrigion there. And I said Zenek a catolene go a car canning the nuts, then I dance it song. And I did me not Jude and at the name when at the name when a car, but that's not did that kind era sonne. And I seen a carousel a car. Bega ega like that's it. Diga duetla talente then connected then now choose another whether kind as well listen at the hotanet sanet equity nothing with a whole castle must see and as in the card the I done in and so then I like that's it. They say a car and me good day. Na Jude and at the new way got a got sugar then at the way yes I see a cat a dicular at the I unit then that got a care rather begets a yonta a yes did I got a 90 canny what I got a candle a cat a candy but are other I don't then good at the when you da hareta begat at that I got line towlin Canada I got a hinto begat in towlin and 이거 알리고 거라고 그때는 콘솔토린데 아이때 언데어들이 소통 코드 그때 시라데 소통 단내 알았지.
Merci, Madam Chair. I llwyd sila idri sabrit liqui sila tara agwits itsinga tsala idri se heamdala sila idri dene sila idri sonlai tsa akula kiri sila inte sonlai kina sa ka sonlai idri indoned idri 99 idri ndegwits llwyd asina lleihai tan dengunesa idri sila idri Idri kani is beke is or hotos and let's it into nake high queen de wise idri son a can sonic egg at a massy your life center. Massy, Madam Chair. Idri article go kisini de idri je guji atakolata idri teneke is idri nakichiga na de kinintini de igutsakela ikoneso go ke containing de idri ami is ayiko ketouts and la sila titini is teneke is nakichus and nakinintini de kachu is asiku ketau ki ini te ite tene ke kona soku tsala ki tene ne ku kiti iti sobatare ke sila itri tani kontuda goa go kalatsata kiti itri tani behe beke kontesan tako itri ayonetli hebeke wala du le sonini ko or tadon de ko hwanauta Masi Real Life Center, Madam Premier. Masi Madam Slesila idri gohwanets allowed tala inta idri ami anikan go isila asiguts at an idri dana wakik ola go hiku kelats ataga the kanigo gets ala gosilla idri kotuga go kelats at the sila idri kisila idri teneke is kanakio no ha go hiku kelata sila idri teneke sila idri kani is Aiji goar kaniko to kalatsetera e goar go etseke wisila etri asita kit utanaki de sila e kashu na kyuchu sila etri kola kuye kola ninte etri go aija koliga sila tena ke kontu kala wininde kontu behewila takere wininde yagar ajakiliga inta ata kulis ko kala kata sila de las kuisi assembly sila the Minister of Health is Toronto kute tena ke sila sugo yatakit isila the yagar ko ke alaketa inta sila kwa ko kesila ito de ko ke sila ito sila titini i kwa ko ke asila tazo on tala sila kani kwa ko kesila kanina zogo kesinsan itli sila itri kwa alat atasila ko hego kalaketa. Merci, Madam Chair. Merci, Madam Premier, Young Left Center. Aka idri kontu gwa go kalaketa sila teneke gwa go kalaketa sila kutha kola go hebatra kani kontu kalaketa asi go simbet adani konatsani de idri konta kola go tsakora onta inta idri kani kola go na de tsagonta idri deneke idri suri kontu kalakete hele se kala teneke arayone kontuaku telekenewala tene go longutsa kontuaku telekenewa sila teneke ami igula kelesila kutsana tsitatula kanigo katsala kolasila teneke atasila kontisila jigwa jasila go ju ayakili beata ayakil intagutsana go anakin taguts sila kontudani bear go here at the sila yugula Masi Yalna Center, Madam Premier. Hai quarente edri kanikote teneke kodua kiti edri tani sila tenegata sila edri kasha go sila edri bogotane hola edri sila edri IG edri factor sila edri sila gogutiwa kwa kasha sila te alaketa gani te tahon tule datlon de dati kanikulu kanikauka sila kaniko kau as Masi Madam Chair Masi Madam Premier Yalna Center kut akarastrozo tune in de wilide Masi Chum Madam Chair is sila iti Eitri sani go beke gote kanikola sa lekete wuku tene sokola taku hekote sini saga gotsa eitri go tsa tsa aka fagotsa kontu ganiti aka fagotsa kontu kala hweloda aka lati hayo ja kontu ganiti eitri kaniko tsa taninte sini sila kaniko kekwa tataninde kaniko ke ala tatako itri tanaslo kutsasin intuko aguri yi kutsite kiriwi ite kutsila tsita aguri yi itri tanegasin la taneke kotasin da intu acho tatula behego ketatsala itri sila isri saka so akitita enda iti tanya tsalaga tani igutseni tsitega itri ayika tasila government go titili sila ajor itri suri kunas ajor sila ajor kunas na swahta tsitil itri taneke kontago hilts at that nikin sila itri gender blue ticket and kontago somebody could say go nakiti could say then a government says sila nena chowda I just think then now what is in the street and now what is a good go kenats at the itane ayaki liguna go tani go kets at the then a kiss it the tani ayoni go kekere yo tani go kes the chintana okru legoga a canid and a kessin la eitri contagua sombata goods and a kitty eitri the chintakit egoga a canita goods and a contuna kit goods and a massive Madam Chair Must tune day will Madam Premier Massive Madam Chair eitri kai a since the ionic or cassin less and ionic or cassin it is simple as Sribik and the contact was in la Tego Honets and la eitri than a cassin la ionate and a kigutsi, then I walk he goes at the check out we kill the goose go ahead we have let's attack on that eitri the whole hundred a takola a young edi nikine a general bluetooth as in eitri ionate and I walk the hardest akaku with single seconds attack did in decade digits a danico kakela singles and let's it in the canico cake out there Masi Madam Chair Madam Premier tune in the will Madam Chair a cab you must see here son her Ejo Danagas 2020 it go nakit akiti eitri sin la eitri unika go ke alakata e kasru alakata sonini eitri kanigo ke khaw khelle go ganida Masi tune de will Madam Premier Masi Madam Chair and do high 2020 going in the eitri then I walk go government go asila eitri go hego na so go alakata sila eitri go agu ke gute si sila eitri kala go alakata ni te eitri sentahun go hego alakata son kute ye alakata Masi Madam Chair Merci, Madame Tuninde. Merci, Madame Chair. Itri good itene Nigeria honinte good aninte ayita ni go he alatsata. Itri go alata go seninte itri teneke kachukata kontuna kutelecha. Itri tani go ke anetsala tasi gune zogo hegula taninte. The premier ditene eji kanini go kego alaitanite itri kaniko kenaso atanita masicho. Masi tuninde wolede. Madame Premier, merci Madame Chair. Itri tenegudi iji kwa ke wala sin la itri ami be asinta gutsanat eti itri si e kanka e zoanda. Inta itri ami gutsanat eti ni de eti gutse. Atule ata e guti wala sin la itri ami Dane ayali go ke trata eti kone e pegotit chuni de eti beta inte tani go ke etri ji kala kata e jeta de se e jeta ni dem e garbe ke tsaya Merci, Madame Chair. Tony de wolede e sat azrakuta e descent ba chagot a jawal sun clue. There is some pound maker on slash canical gas and didn't cut it taking this in like go to it go he and a kitchita egg with elegant and a cat go here like a tanida it sin like is it go he go like a tatula. Masicho Masi tuning day will a day. Masi, Madame Chair. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to talk about the facility-based addiction.
Itri kekresin la ite molanda na gutse kekresin la ko itri du ko he ko ketera ite Pond Makers Lodge St. Albert go he like this in la gutse a Fresh Start Recovery sin la Calgary kute and goes itri Mental Treatment Center in la Calgary itri Edward Street with Nanaimo kute itri sin la itri itri kala behe ko kala tsata kani molanda ko he kani ko lase ni kine sin la itri ita be kala tsata ninte itri kani kani ko laninte kute wala sin be he ala tsata tu laninte Ete tu te gutse atsa inte kaniko kego kalakata tula. Merci, Madam Chair. Merci, Minister. Asi tuni de wole de assessa desone. Merci, Madam Nivik Twin Lakes. Merci, Madam Chair. Itri eji goke. Etre contact wa go he dene ke go he alaketa counselor di a ka etre dene like dene kotar go he alaketa ayat dene ke go he alaketa go dene ke social worker ke like sila etre ami ye ke alaketa sila ducho Nuveko anite tene ke kani asiko he ala ketale tene kotala tene kontu asiga ala kete gutsa go konguile asigo go kena ku chikini weninte trayun go wala kola tene ke tene de kutatsiki wesina go sinla asigo hego ala keta go kegonhile jita da hondule asi ata tene ke tene kotar te go ala keta sila ye go tene segwa kani go ala taninte tene ke go sila hospital go hitsa ke tokulu on day go ten batrat and dak ego on tara je se ko le ke khania kita se inta Inta tana wakezo sin la etri quats atala etri sri tana guri yuguts aninta inta etri kiri ami gutsena ketini ta go he ala katatu la inta etri tani go hesin la nekan region gutsa tana ke konta gotana gotala tana ke sora massi Madam Chair. Merci, Inuit Twin Lakes, Madam Premier. Merci, Madam Chair. Ayu ogotasin la aka teneke kaniko integrated work services kunit teneke kani ayunisle he alaketa koga tenese ko alaita inta do kanita gosra ami kwana te ami kaniko kere jo kanisi ami tenega alaketa kago ke kana tsana ta inta aka asi atta gongo ke ajobe kana tala ayune go kenitsani wala inta ayune asiko gasi Sontane he go hego klasini takogui suisaga massi sin la eduyo ye que contesten la sontane que go tesin la kini silte kaniko he al satanite taho go argo nesuwa ko kisinita tana kesin la tana gasin la ami in takokiti guisi alaka tani that's kini silte sin la anta kani ayontle hego alaka sin la ayongo kakere enta ayonta minis ayongo kakere da government sina kona zogo alaka de tena hezo kolu ayone ke amigo he alaita tsala tsatase tene guisi alaka tani da sin la ayone kola teaching kola alaketa go on there. Merci Madam Chair, merci Madam Premier, Inuit Twin Lakes, Madam Chair. Itri sin la atago ke itri tane ke tane story kontukala winning them yagada ajakili inta itri teneke ata ayakilin that's a chukiri when in the aka eji wore nake tai tsane latani the tai tsane kwa ki latani da hwa zentane shuri tene Suri yet atsiki winita circucha yehenaki chuganinta tana ayakin dak egoji kakit ininta eji kani dene kesina surikucha beko he alaita ayesila sinla guaguriji nakichuga nesina tene kego hospital go sinla ayatsli atat tani behego alaita asena son Madam Chair. Master Inuit Twin Lakes. Madam Premier Minister of Health and Social Services. Merci Madam Chair. The IG go get out and like teneke ayakil go sin the department the atabo which at the inta aka iti baga go ekuditsi si tane go here at the kanigo at the inda sin la iti tele contact with at the tane wake government with at the it's a mechanical he alaketa healthcare go alaketa healing and go say iti tani is kai contact ye in dembola nane kanigo he alaketa tani go na zo at the hego go alaketa kagwa go ke kaukin laninte yeke go tigat ata inte go aninte go ate aninte ite behego kalat ate tane go ke alat ata ai tane ke go hona tane health center go ese sin la ja go ke galat ata isi go he go na zon tani go he go na so go ayita kila go ke alat atani te ta ho bagare go ke alat ata go ki tani bekets ala go denets ala du kabek kani alat ata ami is kani go ke ala ku kontuk ala ku ga ku dikini when in the Inuit Twin Lakes. Merci Madam Chair. a card and the minister a card. Either a single and I can attire goody checkele. I deneke. I let's requin in the either quite done in the either a sea cook against the idea go at that. Either canny, I only be careless at the sumpas, it is sumpa well. Either than a me alata, but as either in two canny than I got a canny gonna so that I go to the count ally. It is seen like either region go a gola sin like it is good equity in that it is case then a case through can go a guam at a sin like a then I yet lay dark ego yago at time a can go on at go a consider in that it is can go deal can go dishes lay tani than I yet lay dark a canny and me hair at that not the carry you can say it go a character sin and it like a tani you go sin a nurse kept any cassin tani you go get alaka tani to go hegoke then a jack contura a jackie lin de tani you go alaka to go cake a ionic in do some bar ionic cake it you go calato that's like honey a nicken and me you go it goes it why a sick massy madam chair master and New Twin Lakes Madam Premier, Merci Madam Chair, sin la a kai sin la sin la goody check here like your sin at Danaga Samba Muslim that a dragon can asiko out of Tatsitin that big canisoni kulu. Either cani contuga go callets attack while in the cala canigo callets at Dantala. In that either Nikini canigo a unit leechon a car canigo as a can say don't and the canet and it's a canically either I unique a sea bake a allets attack on a year cani bago callets or dance and when in that. It is seen that then a kekoni a yazaz or go a contu or could they can make allets at and one in there. It is seen it is 3 barbecue allets attack on Massey Madam Chair. Massey Madam Premier in New Twin Lakes. It canning all a sin like it canning contu gets a tickets and a yontala. It canning barbecue like the mechanics in the amigo lega, that's amigo lega, ami heads and lega. It a cut it call the becalets at daughter, and that it is it cuts and lets it go on that. In that it canning how they gun in that age, canning good it's should. It is seen like it seen like it is canning how they gun in that it could be becalets at the cuts it in the I must say. Masih ini Twin Lakes. Itu saja kerana saya itu Nunakput. Masih Madam Chair. Isinlah itu Madam Premier kalau soalnya ke itu Either castle sila either gonna zongo go kekutigo is a jacqueline de either it do something a good secrets at Danita either Lissacade Tana it's a technical kete is 3 or go hegona sola yeta either you can't go hego callets at the contago henna that says the council with the canicon two is seen la gakudigo a good okay is in two candidate soniculu go okucha go alai daislo and that why goes on it then a book and you kill a datal needed then a ye con good look at it then it's on tanake which is a book at telesoniculu Either I meet and had a kid canny ionic one which I like that to la. Good either Massey Madam Chair. Massey not put Madam Premier. Massey Madam Chair. It is seen that I should be a contact or go here alakuta. council go teneke go tsena go tsa teneke kwana tha ami go he ala ke tasin kala ka etri etri ayone go go ala ke tasin teni la kosin la etri teni tsota sin la kala kini tsude go tsala tsataninte etri go he kona sa tsalaninte go tsena tsetininte etri into khani go o tsetininte ta honto le go tsena kiten teni kesin la kini tsude den ayi sin la kontu he la he kar kontu tsede tsede tsontane khatila that's in sin la hlanye go sin den kana check it say den go agute kisin go aguriji go ekanta masi madam chair masi madam premier no nakpot go say
Merci, Madam Chair. It's the fall 22-22. I said that hindu denike kontragalaita kayurilla kontragalaita kasurguchagala gorewe suri goane tele kolustri widen soko hegalaita in lande yazak okede anagonguchagala ketala. Madam Premier. Merci, Madam Chair. I caught Hindu Hinde 2021 Ediru ala I make it and I done a quart a dare. I run a sink than a care. Then all I done a zonga kept Dania Siko on good child a kept Dania. You never want a dear and I think I did a unicorn. He got to touch it dear on that. I read a ayigala tsata go o tse kenitsini lale e betse ha tse dina ka pero tsata go o Madam Chair nena put and after sentiri ayuna then ka ambi tsedere we si go tsana tse dina ka ye kono malanera tse go tse and synagogue kewirtaatena sonkuhteke kanida kuhte nakechu konza kitera egala keta ina de kinetende ayun tana keretle hinda ile kitjako onhunda adresentire kontakayulin la egala itaka asidule kotsana kitesone tena amina ichu konza I did that the name when I go hen got an kitchen as a son the home neck a kit is on the a con Nakeju Konkayurin la ding to let the next goes not the honey, Madam Premier. Must see Madam Chair ha ka. I did sing Kongo go or say at Deneke Sahtúot'ı de konseneket internekiretlerde daha sakit de dülesone kende waitene soko hegaletane kanikola nakesond ala sinslonde I kontakayurin la ayele kini wende and ayune hegalet etane etene qatin de galata kai kreyon na helza wila de ayune hetsallago Kontakayun la yönetli herkelle go federal. Merci, Madam Chair. And I put Merci, Madam Chair. Merci, Madam Premier Kandika. I don't this organization. And I think on I hegalaita nehe. I can't do it then go every can I unit then it gets a yonder. Then I contract go gets a yon. Then I misread with Surrey with a gets a yonder. Then it only went there. I can't preserve a theory with Collant as on a second elegant in a workler, a second elegant that cut the wild big go good then and when I did the ayunet then a night catch it a Honda can get on a get in the kind can Hay River Cynic Ola hallotzen ka som by think egui under kabek ereso ka ami that city we got agala ketande said na hini at som but I think ego on the go at the som pa go sile son ekolo gutsnat etigande guriji at ta hona hini som by think ego on the ka gutsnat etinda ka den ta tsna etinda ka si som pa den kana tega som pa den it's and I got a dante den ke den gala dante ta ho den se hena green hingare du den na de kene tende den ke tsna ke dina sa ke tende dinina ke tigare ka gala dante kanende den ke den wa likunere como den wa ka son sera lenta ka sine na zoko hegala heta and ka kaninde goanezo kanikulu kani sigat etale ayuna molanene ko te so got etta den tsena kutit anywhere kanikulu ta taragala ita ta taridadi and son pagot ayuna ta son got not really say that's in London's anywhere kind of sin saganda got now dinner aye won't got rike aye danni den agalaita ka asit den it's not it ga kani ego osane Madam Premier. Madam Chair. Dear hento ayuna asi thoughts go on that dog got ada dire ayuna then so asik alawe ke agala keta lesone apakant abagla Syria think alawe anta ayuna then ke agala tak ego on the go hegala atande egola could all the 5:30 kana ligreta huh
engage. How can we support employers better?
and then somebody think ego go sande da home do let the kids in a kid this on the candidate then I make a nickel sing ke ada goods and not that I make it then go like that same goods okay that goods and a kid dinner so sonny do le ayune he a galat that not sets in London shake and balance at an na hene jo government I did then it's a good anane that then ke goods at then there go taken as a day goods and it's a dinner you then Ote I think yo tagala ta yo ana den it's got the garet got ahead then it's got the kind counselor see a kind and then it's okay that ta talent then ke go gore all it then it's an akitile got about at talent receipt then ke ayune let's not dinner not set the mercy Madam Chair. Mercy here River South. It did done the catile I said I come to can I think a lot of work out in there into no the I let's at that go on. Did another girl then I legal like that car Agalaitake why so goes inland there. Master Madam Chair, Twin Lakes. Because I used to record say the young convalescents at Dante. Then army here, you go you at Dagalas at Dante. A goats in. I got in that's in a day goats and that's in and that's in a day goats and at the yearly congots and it's in the grid in the gorigi. Do their meaners, I thought I could equal it's a cook always all like color, then a delicate like an enatic or your canicola at an a cat days on her gorigi. You sing. As a dead tonet at the unit got sales at the song, got the goggles and a teso. And until I unit, then I saw the Hegel like thunder, Nahene Hindu army kid at the Nahenate, I got like a thunder, go on good travel like a go now away. A city army cat Juric is saying. Go with Asure and I can't and adult in a tiny success over Lautakete. A joga lautale can you went up at the whole Asia at Sunday. I equal say, Gawe minister, I say to the Hinikrint Elle, Iona. Ami delicate and a young lega like Dainle, unit thou came that the home. I you a good egg, a your son. In the
Maybe that were permanent, and maybe do a scan of to see why they won't sign on or stay. And I mean, I could probably give you some answers, but it would be good to have that stuff documented. So over the next year, if we were able to do that, then we would have some concrete reasons why we can't keep them, they're leaving, you know. So that's one thing that I would like to ask for a commitment from this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With having a large hospital in the capital city, actually, I think most MLAs of the Yellowknife MLAs, correct me if I'm wrong, but myself, for sure, during the campaign, the amount of nurses, doctors, health care professionals in my riding was phenomenal. They were literally, people were crying at the door. They weren't, and I heard it very clearly, it is not the money. We don't need the money. We're making good money. We need the break. We need the time. You're killing us. So I heard that, and I carry that forward with me because we need to take care of not only the people needing services, but the people providing services. So you'll see in here we talk about working with employees and partners to identify factors contributing to retention challenges. You can identify, you can, I guess, you can ask them, but the best way sometimes to get the retention strategies, what the difficulties are, is exit interviews. I am not going to commit to doing every single employee will get an exit interview because I've done exit interviews in my past, and you have the great intention, but sometimes people walk off the job. So, but we will add exit interviews within our programming, and you'll also notice it's not only about the whole priority is get more people here, but we've talked about retention. This is about recruitment and retention. Keep the ones we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing would be too is, and I know I'm not sure if, just so that it's out there, and I know that I've talked to some of the conversations that we're having today is kind of helping to help the departments with ideas. So another.
And actually, I dedicate esta follow like that. Well, got a dentistry. A casega like that got and Henry like away and actually say then I like a tiga gonerete caniculu eru akini wende caniculu tuek elkera eliku tariji ko gore weda caniculu faden tlaga laintane du let's and tight zene elkera caniculu fada gala kintana na keda zenzo elkera canite denasi den kenet elet carry alle kitizo inta on denne ami agalauta keniwe agalauta keniwe inta nahin kola denne tsikore alle te khagala ketana kayuna si ami athot na agala ketanle ka kotsena tsidile hinda akha dini kha chun echuna tekinite kola kete hinda ata ho ayune acho na ketende kotsena tsidile tsena tenete so kona ko kete kana athot tenagala ita ketini chuna tekinite na tekinite kotsena tsidikulo dini kant ala and Diri net ara aunt that kakuts idile and na zone den tagala kirtat kiruk kanikulu kakuts idile kad a John sinid ako den henrik away think you ni kweku kakete aka sin on den galata ne hona egalata e sin kanikulu kakont elle Koga kakont elden nezon koke zitile da dente icho tuhte egalauta kini welet ayabets da sits elego. Master Inuvik Twin Lakes, Madam Premier. Master Madam Chair. Akai so begas utar kanin deneke denega egalauta juna kutets in a way kani deko hena so galats etande Juna Ketia. I think all a car. Then I thought then a targa like that, then a young lega like that, gaga like that. Then a cock, okay, I go on the go get it, and then a song go get it, go on. A little good neck, we go on. Gurijigo ke on that then hekiri could go on Gurijigo ke on a single bets and well like and out is hits a let out white then I thought the naga like that go on in the Twin Lakes. Master Madam Chair. A hekola was it did Ionet a sat sonnet then it issue then a ye quite that honey nile Galaita Kaniten at Selle at the Resi, Ayuna, the Ekichu was a echo de Kanike, Egalaita, Lekulu, Egalakatale, at the Ami Kekutena Tende, Naktion on Nakion on things at the Egalaketa go couch at the rat and Zenakewet, it's in Nakewazon. A seed, a story and Horilla and a car. Kanne den rätt ene kurisha go hinda dir ayune ayigal atta sits ellego ut edile jet dirigal sits ellego mas Inuvik Twin Lakes but suna gotene gone dauti te Inuvik Twin Lakes nunak put mas Madam Chair did it a cook our haircuts Nahikon Takayurin or Naha Horilla a cook then at the Canadians only at Tanakate of the I sent on it in it like a rat the coin sets at is all. Yayuna I atake didn't go on good chaga like a take did and it's a letter. I think that's a lega nazo Waltzekuk awethodana lauta Ellesone in Ewagots Kenne contact Ekuslong Kawislong like Damnazon. Nunak put Massey. Madam Premier. Kai sits at Lebegalets at Dago or a cat dirayune. I that let's it they can conclude dirayune go cut anywhere go on like on dwe. Ayune goes in go cuts at Dago or Ayune never like that echo on Dagalan Dagate. And do card at a cook always so go on the town there. And a car. I say goes a cago or Dago cagots at the to I make only in a one I can't eke. That dinner I make on a galakinta in the cook day think I unico cannot with that in the hegalakita and that can it I it's that then cake I galakita could I under I see Madam Premier. Menacted. Could I? Could I?
To get that, to making sure that people are being seen, because the lack of when it's being shut down, you have to make appointments in the small communities. Staff's overworked, but the appointment part that we have to. People have to be seen, and is there any way that they could help out, I guess, on the HR side? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you, Member for Sahtúot'ı, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I hear the member's concern, and one of the difficulties we have in our communities is the hiring, like finding the specialized nurses and the doctors or whoever it may be. Find cost of living is quite high. Finding them housing is another challenge. These are challenges that we get right across the whole Northwest Territories, and I hear the members' concern about having specialized nurses or doctors come more frequently in the community. We need to look at that. That's important. I mean, now you find in some of the smaller communities, they just go make appointments on their own at bigger centers because they don't want to have these wait times. And we see that. We know this is happening, and we need to do a better job as a department to recognize that and, be able to look at different ways on making sure our patients are seen quicker. So, I mean, that is important. I would like to speak about the member's previous concern about the recruitment. So what we're doing as a department is we're developing 3 talent pools. So in order for recruitment is one is for the health and social service professionals, which includes the nurses. We're also doing one for physicians and also one for students. So we want to engage students and youth at the earlier so we can get them engaged in seeking employees for the future. So these are some of the things that we are looking to do as a result of achieving our mandate. So there are a lot of different things that we need to look to our departments to come up with faster ways so that our patients have better quality services, and even our regional staff. I'm just told recently that some of our regional staff don't even have staff to lend as I look across the floor. And it's true, we need to start looking at all the different centers in the regions and making sure that we have enough resources in the centers to be able to have patient care. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health. Member for Sahtúot'ı.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Madam Premier, in regards to that. In the communities that I represent, we have apartments on top our health centers. There's 4 apartments per health center, and I really think that what we have, and we're blessed for that for sure, because you don't have to wait too long. You just got to walk down the stairs, and I'm very thankful for the staff that we have there, but they're just overworked, and there's got to be a way that we could try to help them, to get more staff to help alleviate the pressure. Don't have to stay for long, a couple of weeks, maybe per month or something, just to get the job done, to make sure that they're seeing the constituents. Like some of them have, some of them fighting cancer. There's so many different aspects and different stages of it, and we're trying to, like I talked to you before about getting a task force, like something to go into the communities to do pre-checks on constituents, especially in the further north, because like I said, it's cost of living, not the cost of living, but the flights to get out of the community into Nunavut to see a doctor on their own. It's can't do it. But that's more of a comment, but Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Are there any further questions on this page, increase the number of resident healthcare professionals by at least 20%? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Better start the clock again. I don't expect a lot of time on this, but I'm just wondering what role could or should scholarships play with regard to recruitment. That's probably something longer term, but and so links to or scholarships as a tool, and also whether the Premier and Cabinet see any links to the Polytechnic. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So those are ideas that we're searching for, ideas of putting scholarships. So when we do our recruitment plan, those are the kind of things that we're looking for suggestions from. So we'll be gathering that feedback. How does it, is there a link with the Polytech? I would like to say absolutely right now. However, we made a commitment with the Polytech that we would be going out in the fall still, to do a survey, find out from people what we should specialize in. So in that regard, it would be inappropriate for us to make a commitment until we've done that work. Okay. Yep, and Minister of Education, Culture and Employment might want to expand on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Premier is absolutely correct about, it's too early to say what we're going to be doing at the Polytechnic University, but one thing about universities is that they are willing to put on programming. So if the government has money and it wants to fund a program that, would help increase healthcare professionals, that's something the college would probably gladly do. So those are the kind of opportunities we'll have going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake. Nope. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my concerns I have with this one is I recognize it's best practice to increase resident healthcare workers, and we should be training as many nurses and getting as many nurses as possible. But right now, the case is that we can't find those nurses, and locums are really filling the gaps. One of the beautiful things about locums is they're brought up here and they can immediately jump into a position, or at least that's the goal. My concern with this is that what we may see is that, we want more resident people, so we're going to start getting rid of the nurses we're currently bringing up from down south. So I'm looking for a commitment, I guess, that we're not going to just simply start using less locums without actually having the nurses in place. I think this is a long-term goal to actually reach. And I know the Health Authority has posted a deficit. They just came back with another SUP. And one of the ways that they that you could cut costs is, let's stop bringing up so many locums. But I'm afraid if we do that, the situation's going to get worse. So I'm looking for some sort of commitment that we don't stop bringing up nurses from down south until we have those positions filled.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a long-term goal. I think it would be very inappropriate for anyone to just discontinue what we have. The priority is to increase the number of resident healthcare professionals by at least 20%. The priority doesn't say about decrease the amount and then increase. So if we are providing services to our residents in the north as public servants, which we should be, and we already know we got a shortage, it would just be illogical for us to stop using locums until we have that filled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that. And my other concern, or one I would like to see with this, is I've raised a number of times of, some more flexible positions, some more part-time positions. I have a number of constituents who are retired nurses, and, they're not willing to go out for a full-time nursing position, but they'd gladly come back at, casual or part-time. And I think that's another one of those things, is that we really have to do whatever we can to retain people, and that may, involve being a little flexible in our hours or creating some different positions. So I'm wondering if that is part of that in any of these items here, looking at some kind of alternative ways, and whether it be part-time or casual, to make sure we can retain anyone who's willing to work here.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you. I will start by saying we do want qualified people in our healthcare professionals, so I just want to clarify that. Our number one, how we will do it, if we say we're going to work with employees and partners to identify factors contributing to retention challenges, and we don't take those ideas into consideration, then again, we're hypocrites, and we shouldn't even be doing this action. So part of that, if we're going to engage in them, is listening to what they say, and that I will commit to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so are there any further questions on increase the number of residents healthcare professionals by at least 20%? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'd like to echo what my colleague from from Yellowknife North just said in terms of being able to hire retired nurses. I too have spoken to a lot of retired nurses who have literally walked out the door and then been told that if they want to be able to work casual shifts here and there when we're desperate for nurses, that they would do that, but then they've been told they have to come in and compete in an interview process, and they're just not prepared to do that when they've literally walked out the door. So there are people in town who have expressed to me that they're definitely willing to come and do shifts here and there to relieve some nurses that are up at the hospital. And so we just have to make that a little bit more doable for them. So that's one thing. My question, though, is about staff surveys. When we did our Stanton debriefing, we did hear about staff surveys taking place that were specific to our relationship with our P3 contractor. But I'm wondering if these staff surveys are more for staff satisfaction about working conditions and workplace culture. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Absolutely. This is not about how do you like the new hospital or how do you like the contractor providing us food services. This is about how do we keep you and how do we get new people. So if you're doing a good survey, you have both closed questions that are very, this is what I want to know, how much time do you want to work sort of thing, and open questions that say, what are some ideas that you would give me? So we have to be open to both. So this survey will be incorporate both, probably some closed questions and some open questions so that we can get all the feedback as appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do these surveys preserve the confidentiality of the person completing them, and where do they go? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Confidentiality is a huge issue. I can't say where they'll go. The Minister might have an idea, but I know that when I did the housing survey, and I went right across the Northwest Territories and asked people, I was worried about people being penalized and being evicted from their homes. So I actually picked out a person within the department that I felt I could trust, and I made that poor person, but I made all those surveys go through that person. The Minister does have that authority to decide that if she so wishes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think that's really important, and I think one step farther might even be to be able to remove people's names completely, because we do live in a very small territory that gets smaller and smaller by the day, then we all get to know one another. And I think if we want people to be 100% honest, then we need to make sure that their personal relationships on their work floors are protected in that process. So that would be my one recommendation there. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any good survey only has information, identifying information on what is necessary. If we don't need to know your name, if there's no implication about how we retain or recruit people, then why would I ask it? If we don't need to know what community, then why would I ask it? However, there are times that you might need to know what community because the issues might not be the same across the whole Northwest Territories. So good surveys are only asking the data that they need. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. If there are there any further questions on increase the number of residents healthcare professionals by at least 20%? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess if things have changed, I guess, with workers nowadays, and that includes the doctors and nurses, and people want a quality of life. And in the past, where you can count on doctors and nurses to work 20-hour days, I think those days are gone. And having locums come in here and nurses, I think that's going to be the standard for a while. And I agree with my colleagues is that we can't throw them out to the wind. They've got we should be planning how to best use them to our advantage. Mostly firstly for the quality health care for our residents, and the second thing we worry about is the cost. And I guess I'm wondering, the healthcare system is, of course, in a deficit. What impact does the having to bring locums and outside medical services and professionals into North? How does that impact, and are we capturing that back from the federal government? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was a bit confused on what the actual question was. My guess is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're asking if the federal government is covering the cost of this. That isn't the case, although healthcare is on the agenda for the federal government and all the premiers. Premiers across Canada are asking for flexibility within that. I will carry that message forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the other area that we don't tap into, and for whatever reason, is through immigration and doctors and professionals from other countries. And why is that? Like, I guess I know why it is, but I guess I want to hear it from you, why that is, and what we are going to do about it, or what we can do about it, working in conjunction with the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason that is because there's not a one set of standards of care or training or qualifications across the world. So, for example, I've heard nightmare stories of people in some countries that are pulling teeth on sidewalks. Do you want me to make them your dentist? Those are the things that I'm asking. So there has to be a quality of care that people need to meet the standards, the Canadian standards of healthcare. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. Actually, I'm under the non-insured health benefits, the Indian Affairs, and that's the care we get. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh. Thank you, Member for Hay River South. I'll take that as a comment. All right. Are there any further? Did you have any more? Okay. So, are there any further questions on increase the number of resident healthcare professionals by 20%? Seeing none, committee, we will move on to page 35. create a polytechnic university. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
I'd like to begin on behalf of Frida saying that the headquarters will remain in Fort Smith. I think I'd like on this issue to specifically move on from the number of conversations that have happened under the president beginning to look to the future. I'm very excited about this. I've been to a number of university towns across the circumpolar north, and the key is they're economic drivers. They employ hundreds of people. They're very inspiring. Yukon College, unfortunately, is going to beat us. We'll be Yukon University in 2 months. I'm going there in 2 weeks from now to get a tour. They're doing amazing things. I hope we can put a lot of things behind us and get forward on the path. My specific question is here. Can we have an update of where we are working with the federal government to access infrastructure funding? It says beginning immediately ongoing. Do we believe we're going to be able to capture that funding, and what's the chance of it being 100% funding?
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I can say is that right now the federal government is looking at a post-secondary strategy for the North. I'm guessing, I'm not 100% sure if that's just the northern 3 territories or if that includes northern Quebec, northern Labrador, all those kind of, that sometimes the federal government includes. So that I don't have the answers on. I do know that right now, when they do give infrastructure funding, it is usually, not always, but usually 75 cents or 25-cent dollars. But as I said in this House before, we're in a place that we need to start asking for more. And I am willing to take that on and start asking for more and explain to them the needs, the huge gaps in the Northwest Territories and the territories compared to the southern jurisdictions. I cannot commit, though, that that will happen. I would love to be able to, but no, it's in the hands of the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there's been a number of questions on this, but one of the very exciting things about a university is that once you actually get it to that point where it's accredited, it has a board of governors, it has a senate, it's arm's length from government. Professional universities go and they get their own funding. They raise money through endowments. There's lots of donations. So the potential for a university to go and get 100% funding is much greater than it is for the current Aurora College structure, which is, essentially the G&WT going and getting money. And I'm just looking through this. Can I get a sense of the timeline of when we expect Aurora College to have a board of governors again, and perhaps a Senate was recommended in the the Aurora College review. So at what timeline we can kind of expect it to be arm's length from the GNWT, and what the end date we're looking at in that it will actually be a university. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to transfer that question to the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go back to the member's first question. We don't have big asks out to the federal government right now because we haven't done the infrastructure assessment. We don't know exactly, we have a good idea of what we might need, but you need better than an idea before you go asking for money. So the work to determine what infrastructure we're going to need will be done later this year. And the second question that he just asked was about timelines. As I've said before, we're looking at 2022 for a return to a board of governors. The Senate would be sometime thereafter, and what that Senate looks like or what the governance model looks like, it's still to be determined. So I can say that, but that doesn't mean that's the way it's necessarily going to be, because we are so early in this. We're still in the phase where we're strengthening the foundation of the college and preparing for the transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to hear 2022 is Board of Governments. That's during my term, so I can see that step, and hopefully I will see a Senate formed. And then I just want to clarify, this is Transform Aurora College over the next 6 years. So are we on track, and do we believe that in 2026 Aurora College will be a university accredited as such?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is what we currently believe. However, I've told the House before and the committees before that this isn't necessarily about getting it done as quickly as possible so we can check boxes. It's about doing it right. And if things need to be pushed back by a season because of we're not ready to start a capital project or something like that, or the legislation isn't where it should be, and committee might need more time to look at the legislation, I'm willing to make those adjustments to timelines. But as it stands, a lot of work has gone into creating a timeline, and 2026 is what that timeline currently says, and that's what we're aiming for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on Create a Polytechnique? Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, obviously this has been a critical issue when we first discussed it. University of the North, in Polytechnic University. We have existing challenges in our communities. I know Mr. Bonrouche alluded to on several occasions, and he's passionate about it, where our own students are struggling in secondary schools. And here we're talking about university in the North. And we have 3 existing campuses, 32 community learning centers. When you look at the campuses, the 3 campuses, most of the programs are barely empty, and it's been a real challenge over the years. And my view is that we should be building up on those 3 campuses that we have instead of creating this Polytech University, in my view anyways, and then focusing on secondary schools. If we don't have graduates coming out of our high school, what's the purpose of having a university in the North if they're not going to be attending? So those are just some of the questions that are thrown at me as member representing Montfouille area. My colleagues as well, they're getting similar messages. So what is, Madam Chair, I guess the big question I have is this creating Polytechnic University, is it realistic within this government? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister stated, it might not be in the life of this 4-year term that we actually get it done. However, it is realistic to expect that. We cannot hold back our people and say that we will not provide the services. The idea of building on campuses, that's what we've been talking about since I was the Minister of Education, since Minister Moses was the Education Minister, is we're not ripping it apart and starting from scratch. We're building on the strengths that we already have. And then, Madam Chair, the third point is that we need to focus on what's the use of focusing on post-secondary and only when we need to focus on our secondary school. Madam Chair, in due respect, when the member was the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, he knew there was issues as well. He didn't just focus on the secondary students. He was the beginning of bringing in junior kindergarten. So if that member was only thinking about the services in place now, he would not have thought about early childhood intervention. So we need to be holistic, Madam Chair. We need to think about early childhood development, having our children ready, the developmental skills when they get to school, giving better programming from JK till 12. We're working on that now. And Madam Chair, also having opportunities and hope for our youth so that they can not access every single post-secondary option in the world, but we have specialized programming in the North that are quality programming. And at Aurora College already has some programming that is actually proven to be quality. Our nursing program is everyone I talk to is ranting about that program. Why would we stop? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have tremendous successful programs over the years, and we continue to still see them. Great work has been done in the past, and we'll continue to carry that forward. With this particular area, I obviously would like to know if there's been an actual survey with the students across the Northwest Territories on this initiative, if there's a favorable response from the public. I'm not just talking about organizations, I'm talking about the people of the North, if they're in favor of creating a university in Yellowknife. And, you know, we have 3 campuses. Minister alluded to what we're building on top of the 3 campuses. Not if we're creating this university standalone campus and having 3 additional existing campuses. You know, one of the social work program has been taken away from us. Recreation program is another one. So these are just some of the programs that has been successful in the past, but there's been lack of interest. We should have a clear idea why is there a lack of interest from the general public of Northwest Territories. A lot of students are going south. We all know that. And like I went south for university, and my kids did too. And if we go around the room here, a lot of our kids gone off to southern institutions for various reasons. One of them is a choice that they have. So I still question that, you know, we will have eventually, I guess, according to the minister and the premier, that we're going to have a standalone campus here in Yellowknife, a university type. And the 3 campuses will still continue. But we're not really expanding on existing campuses that we have, in my view anyways. If we're strictly focusing on this Polytechnic University over the next 6 years, who knows, it could be next 10 years, 15 years, we don't know, because we want this to be a perfect institution in the Northwest Territories, in Yellowknife, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm not sure what else I can say about this particular area, but one of our prime focus should be our students in secondary, giving them more opportunities for them to graduate grade 12 and even further, and give them the option if they're going to attend our campuses here in the Northwest Territories or south, and build it up on building out on the 3 main campuses and 21 learning centers across the Northwest Territories. That's my view, and I'm still questioning this very initiative, this mandate, and we've raised that issue before, but obviously majority rules, and it's here before us, and so we'll be discussing further. So just more so of a comment, Madam Chair, at this point. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Are there any further questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to go on record as strongly supporting this initiative, and it's something that I raised in my first term, and I continue to believe this is the direction that we can and should be moving in. I think this is part of building a knowledge economy for the Northwest Territories. There's a lot of universities doing work here now. Wilfrid Laurier has an office here in Yellowknife. We should be finding ways to build on those partnerships and including that as part of the polytechnic work that we can and should be doing in the future. Our family, we have 2 kids that did go to university. It would be nice if when they come back here, they could decide that they want to be teachers, professionals, researchers at a university here. We've got to give more options to our kids that do take SFA, student financial assistance, so when they come back here, they have more options to get involved in post-secondary education themselves. But what want to ask the Premier here is, as part of this plan, there's lots of lessons too that we can learn from Yukon College. Yukon College is going to become a university this year. And so I know that there's this advisory committee, I'm not going to get the right name of it, and I think there's representation on there from Yukon College. So, but what sort of lessons can we expect to learn from Yukon College that we can help with the establishment of a polytechnic here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
So, Madam Chair, what I will do is pass it over to the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment to answer the question about lessons from the Yukon College. But I would also like him to clarify, if possible, at no time have I understood it when I was the minister and the previous minister, this is a new minister, is the university going to be in Yellowknife? I would like that to be clarified. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The university, as I see it, will be stretched across the entire territory, and I have a vision of it being in 33 communities. You know, we don't need buildings physically right next to each other to call a campus. Everywhere the university has a presence is part of that university. The model of a main campus is an outdated model. It's not something that I'm focusing on in this assembly. I was just down in Smith. They have a beautiful campus down there. It's huge. We need to fill it up. We have a campus here that needs some work, so we're going to have to do something about that. And we have a beautiful campus in Inuvik. Again, we have to fill it up. There's learning centers in most communities. Maybe we can have them in all communities. You know, we got to think big. And I apologize. I know this is the Member O'Reilly's time. So the question was about Yukon College and lessons learned. The Academic Advisory Council, it's still relatively young. You know, I think there's only been the one meeting so far, unless there's been something very recently. But it is heavy hitters at these universities. There's presidents of universities, not just, you know, someone who works at a very low level. They're the top people in it, and they have a lot to share. And they were chosen because of those reasons, that they have transformed into polytechnic universities, that they have you know, a strong Indigenous component to them. So I can't give the member the exact lessons that we're going to learn. I look forward to briefing committee at some point when people find time. I know it's been a struggle to get time to do those kind of things. And at that point, I'll be happy to ask the staff who really can get into the details of that question, and they can relate to the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't mind the Minister using my time talk about good things. So the one component, though, that I don't really see here, it is probably being worked on, is the need to get private donations as well. Look, one of the discoverers of diamonds made the single largest ever donation to a university in Canada, $50 million to UBC. He also gave $32 million to Quest University, $5 million to the Vancouver Aquarium, $12 million to Simon Fraser, $11 million University of British Columbia again. These are people we also have to approach so that they can leave a legacy here in the Northwest Territories. So I'm just wondering what kind of work we've done to look at philanthropy and partnerships in terms of building a polytechnic here. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will again ask the Health Minister to expand on my answer, but I do want to state, and I'm not sure if I've told him yet, so I might be telling him, is that one of the diamond mines has already approached us. So while I was the minister, I wasn't at first. I will take the support where we need it. The smart thing is to do that, and that the knowledge economy, the money we can bring in. But on that, I'll pass it over and let the Health Minister expand if he so wishes, if the Chair allows. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
It's a long day.
And I was distracting her.
Right now, we're in the phase where we are strengthening the foundation of the college. So that type of work is, while there have been conversations, it hasn't been we haven't aggressively been pursuing that just because of where we are and that we don't have our regional needs assessment done to know what we're going to look like. We don't have our infrastructure assessment done. So it's hard to go out and say, ask for money for a particular project when we don't have a particular project that we can show. That being said, there is the conversations that the Premier had in her former post, and there are other discussions that are going on. There's interest, and what I'm looking forward to is promoting this transformation, not just within the territory and getting people excited about it, but around the country, so that we grow that interest and we get that attention from different groups, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we have to make the most of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunade-Willowday.
Merci, Madam Chair. I won't say too much about this, but I think I really need to get this off my chest. I really so supportive. Like, it's good to see that we're moving forward with education and advancing our education and talking about the knowledge economy and attracting new investments. For me, this is a good opportunity from that aspect. The only reason I'm kind of conflicted about this, again, just to echo what the member from Montfort said, a lot of our small communities, a lot of our students from our small communities, they're going to be, I feel like they're going to be the outside looking in. That for me is going to be hard for me. I think we need to do more from an education point of view to help transition our students from our small communities into this, the Polytechnic. I know that other universities too down south, they do have, back in the day, I don't know if they still do, they have transition year programs. They have like a lot of Indigenous programs to transition a lot of Indigenous students into their university and stuff. I'm hoping to see some of that here, to have that. Something close to home too, it'll be good, instead of sending our students off down south this is something that be close to home. But again, this is good. This all around for me, this is good. But the only thing I'm struggling with is just getting our students from small communities in. So I guess I had a question for the Madam Premier, if there's any plans to have any transition programs for small communities students. Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Member for Tunade-Willowday. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some of the things, I'm going to try to be sensitive, but our youth are already looking on the outside, looking in with what they have now. So at least this is going to give them hopefully some hope. And we are working, we're not ignoring the children in the JK to 12. We're working with them as well. Our Pathways programs is reaching out to children when they're in grade 7 to try to give them options. The child and youth mental health workers going in 49 to try to give supports for wellness. One other thing we haven't talked about is that in the last assembly, when I was the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, I also had concerns for our smallest communities. During my term, I made sure that our smallest communities, there should not be a school with only one teacher left in our NWT. During my term, I made sure that our smallest schools had at least 2 teachers in them to ensure that those children had the best chance possible at the time. So appreciate the comments. We cannot leave anyone behind is the goal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Tunade-Willowday.
I'm happy to see this move forward. I'm hoping it's done in a very constructive way, yeah, it was good to hear about that endowment fund. Hopefully we see something like that. And I guess my final comment is, if I ever win the lottery, I'll chip in a little bit into that. Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you, Member for Tunade-Willowday. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess when this first came up and there was there was talk about the foundational review, I was under the impression that it would be to take a look at Aurora College and make that stronger. Then for some reason, it morphed into a university, and I'm not sure why. And I wasn't happy with that at first. But now I look at it, I've looked at it over time, and I look back on my life, I guess, because I did go south. Like I'm proud to say I graduated. I went to my, grade 1 to 13 here in the Northwest Territories, and then and then I went south for 9 years to school. And part of that was, in Calgary, but the other part was in Montana, in Butte, Montana, which is a small place. I went there, we lived there for 4 years. And the Minister of Education was part of that journey. And, it was, it was interesting. There was a lot of people from Canada going there, people that I actually worked with, and that's who encouraged me to go there. And when we say that, this may force our residents or our children or the young people to be, on the outside looking in, but at least they get to look and they can see what's possible. And that's what we have to give them. We have to give them hope. Because, the toughest part of school is getting in. Once you're in there, it's not that bad. And, but we have to give them that hope. And, it had to come sooner or later, and it might as well be us that started, or at least try and get close to completion. And so I think we're headed in the right direction. We're going to probably be squabbling over, head office, who gets a new campus possibly, and all that. But I think we're probably going to see Fort Smith continue to be the focal center with respect to administration and head offices and that. And I'm just hoping that what we do is that we don't hire people to, okay, well, you're in charge of it, but you get to live in Yellowknife. We don't need that. We need people who are willing to be on the ground where the students are, because that's what it's about. If you're not connecting with the students and you're in charge, there's a problem with that. So there's a lot of work to be done. We've been taking a bit of heat on it, and at the end of the day, it's a priority of this assembly. It's your guys' mandate. You guys pick the team that you want to lead it, and we got to back you on it, and that's all there's to it. So I guess there's no question, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. All right. So, are there any further questions to create a polytechnic university? Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Chair. The university question, Aurora College, all those, they create aspirations for the young at heart, young kids in the communities. Someplace they can go to in the north, someplace they, close to home. Those are, I assume those are the aspirations that they would have. I don't want to cut those aspirations off. It's probably inevitable that this will happen, but it may happen further down the road than we expect. There's factors that contribute to that. We heard from the Premier before that the federal government funds infrastructure, but they do not fund programming. So with us being in the deficit mode and constantly raising our debt limit, are we going to be able to afford it? Because to staff it and to run the programs and to be associated with other recognized universities, that's going to cost a lot of money. It's just, do we have the money for that? Another big factor too, as my colleague from Mumphrey alluded to, is the education levels in our small communities. And I think we got a majority of them on the outside here that don't have those education levels as in par with the rest of Canada. We've got probably a majority that through social passing, they got the grade 12, but they're anywhere from grade 7, 8, and 9. You know, I mean, there's a lot of them that are up there. There's smart cookies out there. But what's missing from the education in our small communities is the required sciences and the math. Because we don't have matriculation programs in, you know, the academic programming in our communities. We don't have chemistry, we don't have physics, we don't have biology. They're saying it's in distant learning, but who's actually monitoring that? Where's the evaluation on that? You know, I'm a really big fan of evaluations to see if a program is actually working. You know, and seeing who's taking advantage of it and whether it's working for those people. There's a majority out there that are going to aspire to hit any university. We have to fix that. And that's what I've been harping on since day one when I got here, back in October. Because it's just what it is. We're critically, you know, low levels. In relation to the Yukon College, to a university, I don't believe they have a situation as the NWT. Because the NWT, we have 3 large regional centers. Well, the one is Yalnay. 3 large regional centers that run Aurora College programming. And that programming in those centers are very important to the 2 outlying communities, besides Yalnay, because it's creating employment in those centers. Families have moved there. They've got legacy. They've been living there forever. They're running hockey programs. They're running sports programs. These are all the educators that we brought in to the outlying communities to run the colleges. You know, this is really concerning when we're going to centralize university in one place, because you have to think about the impacts that we're going to be leaving. We're setting up these communities to become ghost towns. You know, it's already happening right now. And I'll tell you why it's happening right now. Because the GNWT in the past has allowed to degrade the programming that was in the college and with the housing. I've seen that myself in Fort Smith. You know, we weren't upkeeping or advancing or getting more programming moving north and concentrating on those centers and making them better places. We lost programming, we lost social services in those communities. I don't think they have a teacher education program there anymore. There could have been a lot more. You know, when I went there to continue my upgrading wherever, I just saw, like, where is everybody? Everybody went south. You know, they want to go south. Like, who doesn't want to go to school in Grand Prairie, in Edmonton? That's what was happening. We were losing our own students because of not following our own policies with the GNWT for education funding. Because some of the students were not allowing to fund their families and the communities to go to school in another community where there's no student residences. Yet they want to take their kids there because they got better education in the larger centers. We're not funding them for that right in the territories. But what we're doing is we're funding students to go take upgrading down south. That just doesn't make sense. We're not following any of our own policies. And that's what I've been watching from the outside for quite some time. So, you know, you got to really think of that, what we're doing to the outside centers when we're going to make these decisions. You know, I'm not comfortable doing that myself. Because I did touch upon the programming and the funding that's all required, but you know, I think we have to be cautious, throw caution into the wind here as we move forward. You know, we can keep doing our studies and everything. We got to keep battling each other, saying no, no, no to this. We don't want it here. We want it over there. We got to join together. It's for the future of the children of the Northwest Territories. But how we get there is a task in itself, and I'd like to throw that caution into the wind for all to consider. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux. We'll give it to Minister of Education, Culture and Employment to respond to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot in that 8 minutes there, so I'll respond to what I can. The Northern Distance Learning, the member mentioned evaluations. We just had an Office of the Auditor General of Canada report that evaluated that program. They said it's great. We just had our report on, our 5-year report on ERI. So many acronyms, I can never recall the name when I need to. But that showed success. I have testimonials from students. So that program's doing well. We're keeping an eye on it, and it's one of the bright spots when it comes to education. The member said we're going to turn the outlying communities, the ones outside of Yellowknife, into ghost towns. I don't know what the member has planned, but I don't want any part of that. I'm not turning Inuvik or Fort Smith into a ghost town. No one is centralizing a university in Yellowknife. There is no centralization of a university happening. The Polytechnic University will not be centralized in Yellowknife. We're not creating a University of Yellowknife. I don't know how many different ways I can say this. We have a beautiful campus in Smith. We're not made of money. We're not going to bulldoze a beautiful campus that has amazing facilities. We're going to utilize them. If it's the biggest campus, it's probably going to have the most students. We need infrastructure in Yellowknife, there's no doubt about it. But I don't know if anyone paid attention to what happened in the last assembly. I'm not about centralization. I relate with MLA Marcellus. I'm about the regions. I'm about the entire territory. We can't centralize. We're not going to centralize. We're not creating ghost towns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister for Education, Culture and Employment. Time has come. So are there any further questions on Create a Polytechnic University? Seeing none. Seeing no further questions, committee, do you agree that we have concluded consideration of table document 1219 brackets 2 2019-2023 mandate of the government in the Northwest Territories? Agree. Thank you, Premier. Thank you, Premier, and our thanks to the witness, Mr. Goldney, for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, will you please escort the witness from the chamber? Order. What is the will of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There is a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor, raise their hand. All those opposed? Motion is carried, and I will now rise and report progress.
May I have the report of the Committee of the Whole? Ms. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 12-19-2 and would like to report that table document 12-19-2 is concluded. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole to be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Motion is on the floor. Do we have a seconder? Member for Frame Lake. Okay. Third reading of bills. Honor. Just 1 second. Oh. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for the Sahtúot'ı, that Bill 2, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures, Number 4, 2019-2020, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sahtúot'ı, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Great Slavey, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nunakput, the member for Sahtúot'ı, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Decho, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. All those in favor, 16, 0 opposed, 0 abstention. The motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Friday, February 28, 2020, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to the budget address, day 4 of 7. Acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 30-19-2, table document 43-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you. This House stands adjourned until Friday, February 28, 2020 at 10 o'clock a.m. Thank you.
Order.